And so much fun. Yeah.
You know the festival's been good when you come back and you're not wearing
Can
any
you hear?
pants and you.
Those festivals can get pretty crazy.
Yeah, my girlfriend was about to drop her pants. We were having so much fun. She dances more to hip hop, so she likes to dance freaky and stuff. It was wild. It was so fun.
Good bit of hip hop never goes wrong.
Can you guys hear me?
Hel- And are we
Right.
live? Yes, we're alive. We are live. Hello to everybody. Welcome. Love, peace, harmony. We are here ensembled and we are discussing altars and gurus and disciples, the guru-chela relationship, spirits, binding and bonding with spirits, guides, ancestors, the relationship between us and ourselves and each other, us and the world with the reflection of what we think the world is within our consciousness, and how that shapes the relationships that we make and break in life. Whew. It's a mouthful, isn't it? Hope you're all well. Welcome, take a little trip. Hope you're good. Hope you're smiling. Hope you're styling. Hope the world is just giving you a silver platter full of sweetness. And we've got a wonderful crew here to kick the ball off today. I'll go clockwise because I'm guessing that's the way in which everybody arrived. So there's me, I'm the Bush Whisperer. And on the right here, we've got Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster, this is going to be a great show for him, especially I think because he works with the Fae. So channeling is what he does. He's an occultist, obviously, but he's channeling his own system with the Fae and writing it from the ground up, basically. Every aspect of it. So this is going to be right in his nook and cranny of his woods, as we say in Cape Town. Then we've got dear brother Aaron as well. He's a imagination doctor. That's what I've dubbed him as. He specializes with exercises of developing imagination, and I suppose it's about discovering the relativities of being. Yeah, seems to be like what your exercises, that's what they bring up for me. Beautiful brother, wonderful exercises. If you haven't seen him on YouTube, it's recommended in my YouTube. And definitely also going to be a fascinating show here because the world of the imagination is what we were talking about, which is where all magic happens. And last but not least, we've got Indy Sage. And Indy Sage is a shadow worker, also anthropology and occult from all different angles. And yeah, he's not wearing his shirt today. Woohoo! Some eye candy for the ladies. So he works with people's shadows and with his own shadow and helps people to integrate with the shadow self and bring back those aspects of the self, which we could call, the keys of the ancestors. I'm going to loosely dub that phrase. I like the sound of it, the keys of the ancestors. So yeah, we've got a wonderful ensemble here. And Aaron's also very much shamanically inspired, so the ancestors are probably going to be close in there. So we've got a great little mix here. I'd love you all to say your piece. You can just go clockwise in the way that you guys arrived. So please, dear brother Cosmic, say your ensemble.
Well, everybody kind of here, knows that I work with the Fae, but I had you know how I always talk about being a skeptic? Well, I feel like I had a realization last night that made me a little less skeptical in regards to the supernatural. Because, I work with the Fae, and I channel them, I talk to them, I feel their presence. But, like, when I was doing it yesterday, I was planning on doing, like, a session. And there was this, like, hour-long, like, period where I'm like, man, why isn't this working? Why aren't they showing up? Even though I really want them to show up. And they eventually showed up later. But then I realized, wait a minute. If there are times where I'm trying to imagine them showing up and they're not showing up, it means it's not my imagination. It means it's something else. And then I was like, oh, because now I feel like I can make that distinction. So, yeah, that's been really kind of a cool realization there. And I'm interested in this topic we're going to take on today.
All right, I'll go next. I primarily work with the imagination, and so what I'm trying to do is to exercise our imaginative muscle in order to allow us to better connect with larger structures of reality that I believe are more divinely inspired. And so by working with our imagination, we can start to gain better insight of the microcosm and the inner workings of our physical being, and then the mental body and spiritual bodies as well, in alignment with nature, and then also just observing our various patterns. Definitely looking forward to today's topic. I talk about I have an altar, but it's more associated with me having power objects, and so I also work a lot with identity, and that's going through different rebirths and reimagining of ourself. And through that process, I like to have power objects that I find along my journeys, things I make, things I'm gifted from other people, just objects of significance that helps me remember important parts of my journey, old perspectives that I might have had, different cycles and things that are influencing itself upon me. And then that way I can meditate on that and see larger patterns to continue to deprogram myself. Thanks for having me here.
All right. Thanks for the great
Yeah.
introduction, Franklin. And I'm here as a shadow worker, and also I study evolutionary anthropology. I also am a naturopathic consultant and a health coach, and somewhat of a Renaissance man and jack of all trades as well. But in my shadow work, which I take great pride in my work, I used the shadow work for self-mastery after a near-death experience in 2007. And I've been sharing it with everybody since I've been able to master it, to keep it fresh and to stay grateful. So in my work, I like to help people shine their light into the darkness in their shadow within of all the emotions and trauma that have been suppressed. And in shadow work, we can go there with love and forgiveness. The first step is to end the blame and shame and start to take responsibility for your issues. When we can start to forgive those who we previously blamed, then the self-mastery begins, and we can take the responsibility back for our self-mastery and begin to open up the doors to inner peace and purge that inner turmoil. So I have very powerful work, and I just wanted to share that it was amazing last night here in North Carolina. We were able to see the Northern Lights. So everybody was just up in a roar about it last night, and the parkway was jammed. Nobody was able to get up there to see them because there was so much traffic. But the skies were pink and purple here last night. It was incredible. Excited to hear more about our guides and ancestors, and it's gonna be a great discussion today, guys.
Well, thank you, guys. Lovely to get your lovely introductions. I'm just I'm a shaman, which is sort of my main thing. Welcome, Mexico. Lovely to see you here. We'll take a little trip with me. I hope you're having a good evening. My head feels a little bit buzzy, like it's not busy, buzzy. Buzzy as in not very busy, which is a good way to be. Busy is not a good way for the head to be. So yeah, this definitely the power of the sun is shining down on me with mass and weight and heaviness. This morning when I was staring at the sun, which is my usual morning gig before the mountain climb, the sun almost pushed me off my feet. I was like, hey, who do you think you're pushing around, buddy? The sun was like, hey, I'm bigger than you. I was like, okay, you are bigger than me. So there's definitely a lot of energy bouncing around on the planet. I think it's a good time for us to be talking about these things, especially since the electromagnetic earth, the Schumann resonance is obviously going through a lot of fluctuations at the moment. These are the times that are easier to connect, funnily enough. Because of the fluctuations and changes in energy, we're more open to possibilities, our imaginations more active. So where do we start? Altars, probably a good place to start. Altars and altars. I know it doesn't fit here. They gave me a limit to how many words I could put into the heading. I wanted to put altars, comma, altars, spelled with an E. There's a reason for that, because I see a connection between the altars and the altars. And who do we want to become? Who are we? Who have we been? How can we alter our choices in real time to affect the future and the past? And how can we alter the choices that we will make or have made? It's an interesting concept. Hello, Gaia. Hope you're well. Much love. Welcome to the zone. So who wants to kick the ball? Anybody want to start on any particular point?
Yeah, I have an altar at my house here, and I practice gray magic. I like to mostly focus on white magic, but I also like to stay balanced, and so I don't limit myself. My focus is on love and compassion. So if I use any dark magic, it's for the highest good. But on my altar, I have many gemstones. I also have a sage wand that I built from a coyote jaw and a turkey feather. I also have a tuning bowl, many sacred objects. And when I work with the ancestors, I also work with my spirit guides, my spirit animals, my guardian angels, and several others. And I do a really great meditation with a friend of mine, Benjamin Bernstein from Asheville. And he holds a space with dozens of guides that he'll call in. And when we do those meditations, you can really feel the magic in the air. The guides open portals to self-healing. And the vibrations are amazing. The light is just beaming within during those meditation sessions. So I know there's great power in working with the ancestors. As a shaman, I've always been drawn towards calling towards the ancestors, and I've done some research on the Peruvian shamans. They also work with ancestors who they call the originates, who are the spirits of the forest, the ancestors from the times before. And when they do a grandmother ceremony with ayahuasca, they will call in the originates and they will sing their song. And so when they're singing during the Peruvian shaman ceremonies, they're actually just singing a song that they're hearing from the ancestors of the spirit. They don't know the song, they're just repeating it. So that's how you can tell it's a bona fide, verified, real shamanic experience for an ayahuasca ceremony when they're talking to the spirits. And it's very powerful. I've been able to experience that myself.
Just to
Please
describe
do
kind of
continue, Aaron.
the altar that I have. So I like to collect power objects, and these are just really things that on my different adventures as I'm tackling new challenges in an attempt to further my development and spiritual experience, then I come across different objects that I either purchase, that I make myself, or that I'm gifted. And so they really just help remind me of that adventure that I went through, the perspective that I had at that point in time. And it allows me also just to set, I think it's important to have like a ceremonial space. And this is just kind of a place of solace where I set a certain intention, and that way I can enter that space and it helps me get more into my trance. And so that way, if I create the ritual around a certain type of space and environment, then I instinctively developed a pattern where I can more easily get into that type of creative energy, and it allows me to help with my journaling and whatnot. So I think having a ceremonial space and also collecting different objects that are meaningful to us. I don't necessarily believe in like a certain crystal or a certain blessed object or something like this. I think it's most important. What is our intention in our relationship, and what that object signifies to us and our journey, and how it affects the meditation that I enter with that object, or the meaning that it may hold for me.
Well, I guess with my practice, since it's mostly just kind of like channeling and just sort of having conversations, I don't really use. I have a sort of altar, but I don't really use it. I can show a let's see, I can show a picture of it. Where's that? I forgot how to do this. I know I. Where's that? Anyway. So how do you do the screen share thing again? I remember I did this before.
There is a thing at the bottom that says present.
Ah, there we go. Here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit sticky. You got to click on it, then you got to click on the one that you choose. And then let me stick it on the stage. Add to stage. And let's give it a little bit of full screenage.
Got a little hold on. A bit of. All right, can you see the image, or is it just a continuum? Hold on,
It's the infinity mirror.
it's a cool image. All right. All right. Maybe that's all right. Maybe I can't quite get that to work, but I basically just kind of have like a like an obsidian crystal ball over a kind of an eyeball filled with different like words in my Fey language. But yeah, something about if I ever make spells or something like that, I like to just like take the magic words and sort of like write them down in the language, or like maybe with like chalk or something like that. But I don't know. I guess because I'm just so kind of like in my head, I haven't really been quite as hands-on with my magic like I probably should be. But I guess I'm more into the spirit part than the altar part, I would say.
And then I think the altar space for me where I live is a good altar ceremonial area, but of course just going out into nature is an altar space as well. So I think visiting different landmarks for me, events where maybe a historic event took place, or somewhere that I've brought other people that I've connected with maybe and gone to that space, and we've done a drum ceremony or a meditation or something like that. That's also an altar space. And so waterfalls for me, climbing mountains, I think that can also be a space that if I get into the pattern of it, it helps invoke the meditative type trance for me to, I call it also sometimes go into like my workshop, and it's just kind of getting into a certain vibration, a mental state, clearing out some different energies and sitting in a place where I can just focus on the inner work and the different maybe mental and imaginative exercises I want to work through as I go through the cleansing process to take away some of the maybe impurities of action and thought and word that I've had.
I like what you're sharing here. Beautiful. And I'll never forget when I first got introduced to the occult. It was introduced to me as the ability to alter consciousness at will is a definition of all magical work. And so this is what meditation is for. This is what rituals are for. So I think this is probably a good place to start, the altar and alter to alter things, So we've got the idea of a cube, which represents the etheric field. And generally speaking, an altar traditionally would be a double cube. What just happened? I've got 2 indie sages in here. Am I supposed to have 2 indie sages? Very confusing. But I've got 2
I
of them.
think it's a magic trick from his guides or something. He's split himself
It
into
might
two.
create echo. We'll see. We'll see if there's a problem. But yeah, so the ability to alter consciousness at will is the key to shifting those vibrational frequencies and energies of life's pranic flows and forces in order to produce a change. And so traditionally the altars were a double cube, a cube standing upon a cube. And this is quite representative if one considers it for a moment, because we are reflecting the cube of the etheric space that is creating another cube of physical space as an answer to the cube of etheric space, if that makes sense to you. So traditionally an altar would have been a double cube, and that's why they were normally of a particular size, shape, and the word altar is interesting because when you look in many ancient sources, you'll find that it relates to wetness, relates to sacrifice, relates to burning. So in some languages, the word relates to burning, relates to wetness, relates to sacrifice. I think it goes back to a time when people were under the impression that something had to die in order to worship God. There was this pattern, and it's still a pattern today. I mean, take a look at these heifers roaming around Israel. Are they still roaming? Have they stopped roaming? They'll stop roaming. They probably stopped roaming. So this idea of killing the bull, which is a traditional thing. The lamb to the slaughter. The goats were traditionally slaughtered for altars, for usually because when we're speaking about most worship related to time, to the lords of time, because generally speaking, when people approach the altar, they wanted something, and something relates to time. I want this ability, I want that ability, I want this thing, I want that money, I want this resource, I want whatever it is people wanted. Very often it would equate to a Saturnial element to it. So I don't know if there's a glitch there, but so essentially this double cube has always been a big part of an altar. And then of course, because it's a cube, it represents the 4 elements, right? Because it represents the 4 elements, it represents the 4 directions. So now we're looking at the concept of Brahma, Parabrahm, in the Muladhara chakra, in the root space, the sexual plexus, looking in 4 different directions, in the 4 directions of the world. We speak about the 4 winds of the world. We speak about the 4 fundamental rivers that brings life to. And then we speak about altars as well. Altered states of consciousness where we are speaking to our altars, right? We create an altar that is able to do things that we can't do when we're normally awake, in a sense. And we access this altar as an aspect of the self by going to the altar, you see. And so there's a lot to unpack when we consider what an altar represents, which is usually why very often there'll be the 4 elements on an altar, right? And obviously that would be, the wand, the sword, the chalice, the sheaves of wheat or soil or crystal, how you want to roll that out, coins, a lot of different ways of, or a pentacle that's been forged out of, earth materials. So we generally on this altar would have something that represents fire, like a flame, and we would have some water, and we would burn some incense, and we would represent all 4 aspects of ourselves, of that aspect of us which is inspirational, the aspect of us which is contemplative and thoughtful, the aspect of us which is reflective, yeah, the aspect of us which is sensational, which is sensing. And we would want to represent all different aspects of the psyche within us on the altar, so that we're able to use the altar to talk to different parts of ourselves. Sort of like the way we use these laptops to talk to you, right? So in a sense, you could say that this laptop is like an altar. We are using this laptop to talk to you. We're not really talking to you. We're talking to the laptop. The laptop's talking to you through what it does. And so in a sense, the altar is probably fundamental to most things that we can consider. I always personally, when I unpack my altar, which isn't all the time, only at certain times, I'm really funny. I unpack it at certain times, and then I go large, and then I bring all my power objects out, and but I've packed it away for now. Timing is for me is fundamental, is important. There's not much that I want or desire or need. I'm content, and I'm working with contentment, trying to work with more generation of contentment. I think the problem with desire, which is generally what altars are revolved around. I desire this, so I go to the altar and I'm wishing, channeling this, bringing more of this towards me. It creates a chain of association that we sort of become bound with. So yeah, what do you guys think while we're on the altar specifically?
When people hear altar, I think a lot of times they're imagining the idea of sacrifices. And so I think if we think of, there's this kind of twist with the sacrifice of animals or bringing some sort of offering, and it's almost like putting in a position of subservience, I think, maybe towards entity or a power or something like that. And I think that for me, that's a little bit of a twisted um, manifestation of the concept of a sacrifice, and the way that I kind of have, because I do have some items that I'd consider represent a sacrifice to the altar. But what it really is it's a sacrifice I've made of myself, and maybe some different desires that I had, or maybe I didn't have the right idea of what I wanted, and through the alchemical process, then I have to have a decision where it's, do I want something that maybe might be a little more materialistic and base nature and etheric, or am I really going to continue to strive and do the inner alchemy to go for the spiritual or astral type work that I'm really seeking? And so sometimes that's caused me to have to make certain decisions where I lose friendships or relationships, jobs, places I've lived, maybe different group identities as I'm going through the process. And so my sacrifice objects are kind of reminders that, hey, I've taken certain actions in the past in order to continue on this path of self-development that I'm on. As a result, I've got to uphold certain spiritual principles as I'm tempted and working with maybe different people or different occult groups that have desires that are in conflict with mine. So it's just kind of almost like a reinforcement of the spiritual battle that I've been on, and I've had to make different sacrifices to get where I am. And it's most likely I'm gonna have to make additional sacrifices in the future, but that's just how the path goes, and working to alter my own consciousness and development.
Another thing that comes to mind since we're talking about altar, and that's a very valid point you bring up there. The association. So I got this phone in my pocket that people have with altars. Yeah, quite important, quite rather fundamental. So when we look at the word altar, it's quite an interesting word. I like to break it down. Al ta ar. Okay. Ar or altor. So we've got Al, which is the first hieroglyph and the 11th hieroglyph of the 22, which represents the beginning and the ending. And so it's a sort of a crude conceptualization of the cube to begin with. And it's a crude hint of the cube that starts and the cube that ends, the double cube. So there's quite a subtle intonation happening. It also represents the power of potential to create change, because the A represents the life force, the breath, and the L, the L, represents that ability to harness. So the ability to harness and direct life force is what is the alpha and the omega, the L, the Al. That dog is going to whine and whine at that door. Oh, he's a cheeky little monkey, yeah? So I'm sure you can wait a minute. So the Al is obviously one of the god names, which goes back to Babylon, before Babylon. It just keeps going back. Obviously, the Paleo-Hebrews, obviously the Jews have copied this concept as well. You know, it's part of the ancient histories. So we don't have to say too much about that god name, other than it's probably one of the most common god names, except for Adonai, in the Torah, for example. And so it represents the element of water in a sense. And once again, the dampness, which is a symbol that relates to the altar, because you would spill blood upon it in ancient times. Then there's the center of the word, which is T, the T cross, Saturn. That is also an ancient name of Enki. Enki was the T as well. I think he inherited it from his father, who was Anu. So this is the tea, the sacred tea, and the sacred tea that you would make as a ceremony, that you would drink shamanically at the altar, if you will. A shamanic altar tends to be more of a axis mundi. So the axis mundis is the altar, which is, you can call it a totem pole, you can call it whatever it is, represents the center of the universe with everything revolving around it. So it's a wheel. That's an older version of an altar. And then the totem pole would be decorated with feathers, whatever you want to decorate your totem pole with. So the different ideas of altars. That is more to do with representing the spinning of the universe and the astrotheology of things. So the Al is the first most common god name, right? And then the T represents Saturn. And then the Or, Altor, it all represents light. So the way in which we can utilize the forces of life, prana, and direct those forces of life in order to change the dynamics within the spectrum of time so that we can bring the light of consciousness to bear. Could be another way of sort of translating the word altar if you really wanted to get like out there and get funky with the hieroglyphs that are the base building blocks of what became the letters of what became the words. So there's another way of looking at it, and it's quite a good understanding of it then, because obviously being the beginning and the end, the Al is quite important. The center of it is T. T is always going to come up for us, isn't it? That sacred Tau cross. I mean, even it's interesting because when we're looking at T, we're also looking at the reaper. And so it's the reaper of life, the reaper of grain, the reaper that brings the abundance of the harvest to us, the green man. And the other element of the reaper that we've grown more accustomed with is that the reaper of life and death, the reaper of humanity, of souls, that brings the end of time for our incarnation, separating the causal from the astral and the etheric. So Saturn does have this powerful sway as a representative, as a sort of not specifically life and death, but time is what dictates being born and dying effectively, because we have a certain amount of time in this world, and that's really where we're at. That's the limit of reality. So there's quite an interesting something to add to the toolkit, I think, when we're looking at altars. And one other thing I'd probably add to it is altarium. What is arium in ancient Greek? Altarium. Atrium. Atrium. Okay, so that's got to do with an open air or skylight covered space surrounded by a building. So there would normally have been an atrium where the altar would have been placed, which is quite interesting, I think. We recognize the atrium, which is where people go to watch a play as well, in a sense, right? That's where you would be teaching from, in an atrium. So there's quite an interesting association with this aureum. For some reason, I have this word aureum bouncing around in my head. I was trying to figure it out earlier where it comes from. It started with the show. I was trying to remember. My brain's a little bit scrambled today, but the aureum, I think it has a lot to do with gold as well, interestingly enough. And so the idea of sacrifice, sacred, sacri is red, and the red sack, right? Your sack, red sack, passion, desire. And also, that people would have had a red sack that they would have filled with the entrails, which they would read, right? So there's an element of sacrifice in the old times, had a lot to do with reading the entrails of animals. So there's an element of divination that goes into the very, very ancient times of when altars were usually used. And so spiritual practices involved sacrificing an animal and then seeing what the gods were trying to tell us through the entrails and the various different things that could be read. So there's a lot of interesting associations with an altar. And when we're talking about altar, okay, the ability to alter reality and the ability to be connected to an altar part of ourselves, I think the altar represents a structure which is a fixed point on earth that represents an etheric doorway into the astral. So there is that element through which beings can come and go. So it's also like a door that we can connect with the altar, with someone else, another. and in mediumship, trance mediumship, bring something into the consciousness. So there's a lot of associations with altar, but on a more practical level, devotion, to devote. And if you listen to the word devote, okay, so can you vote? Yes, you can vote. What does it mean to devote? Well, okay. What does it mean to de something, right? Evolve, devolve, right? Devote. It's sort of like when you don't choose for yourself. You allow your choices to be outside of yourself and not based on your selfish desires. So there's another element of devotion which has got to do with allowing direction to come from the outside somehow. And by the outside, we don't mean necessarily in this world, right? Could be the outside of the spiritual kingdom coming through us, or the outside of this world. It could be many different meanings. So there's a lot of different associations that come to mind when we consider the concept of an altar. Cosmic, did you want to add something, brother?
No, I'm just sitting here listening.
So yeah, there are a few associations that clank out. Did anybody else want to add anything?
I was just thinking about the reading of the entrails, and I think when I look at the structure of that, it's kind of like, in order to get a sign from the gods or from the powers, then they need to be able to adjust something in reality that doesn't require a human kind of intervention. And so when I think of like maybe reading entrails or letting the blood coagulate into a certain form, then it's like they're performing some sort of action to allow directly for the edits to be taken place, and then they can be seen as just reading the signs from an external position without having manipulated it. And I think it allows things to be more convincing as well to a spectator. And the way that I kind of take that form and then actually use it in how I read signs. So I could think of like maybe hiking down a certain trail and coming to a fork in the road. And so I don't have a plan of which direction to go, but I've developed maybe certain patterns and signs that I look for in order to help guide my decision making process. And that's kind of a practice of the intuition. So perhaps maybe my pattern is looking for hawks, and so if the right path instead of the left path has a hawk that's there, then I'm going to take that as an external sign that I'm working with, that, oh, I should go on the right side of the path, and see how those events play out. And I think that develops a certain pattern with my own intuition, or also just kind of taking certain random actions where maybe I step away from my normal pattern of desires and the way that I do things, take a step back from that and get involved in a new hobby or doing some sort of action that I would normally consider as breaking free of my old pattern of behavior, and allowing the randomness of chance and the reality to bring new things into my experience that I wouldn't have been able to get to if I had just consciously followed the same patterns that I'm accustomed to. So it's really inviting in the guides or the external divine reality to start to move pieces to bring things into my life. And that's kind of reading the entrails, the signs that have been kind of bestowed upon me to help me determine if this is a proper path to go down, or if I want to change directions.
I like that. Opening yourself to new possibilities. There's a big part of that. And Gaia very well points out here, which is how I see the double cube representation of being this world. So obviously the etheric field, the physical field, and the consciousness as being an emanation into the flesh, the body. So in a sense, the body is our altar, right? Because we aren't our body. We operate through an alternative vehicle in this world. And the alternative vehicle is the body. So the body also represents this shift. I've got to let that little doggy in. He's just going to whine.
And I think the body's a great temple too, because our bodies have certain natural codes, patterns, designs, a certain structure that in order to honor our temple, we have to submit to a higher order and structure of how the body works, and demonstrate the discipline, I think, to adhere to those principles, and that becomes a representation for how maybe we submit to larger divine laws, how we exercise our spiritual and magical discipline. And so the body as a temple also becomes a great way to demonstrate to ourselves and to others the level of our focus and treating our body as a temple.
So yeah, I mean the whole idea of our bodies being the proverbial altar of life. It's interesting because we make the ultimate sacrifice because we're born. Because I've often considered how life equates to a certain degree of suffering. It's unavoidable. The more you enjoy life, the more you suffer on some level. And because you either don't fall in love, right? And then you suffer because you didn't fall in love. Or you fall in love and your loved one suffers, gets ill, you suffer. Your loved one passes away, you suffer. Your loved one goes away, you suffer. Your parents, you love them. At some point, they die, you suffer. You know, there's this wheel of life is joy, suffering, joy, suffering, joy, suffering, like a turning wheel. And so sacrifice is inevitable in life. The key, I think, to finding peace and joy in life is to consciously and actively sacrifice. So to allow the sacrifice to be willing, if that makes sense, because life will take a sacrifice from you. There's no two ways about that. But if life takes a sacrifice and you are joyful about the sacrifice that life has taken, because you are also cognizant and aware of that life has also given you joy, life has given you something to be smiling about, then it makes it easier to be able to willingly give that sacrifice to life. So the body becomes the ultimate altar upon which we put our souls, right? And even the concept of a soul involves a certain amount of sacrifice, if you think about it. So, you know, because to embrace our soul is to sacrifice the joys of this world. To embrace the spiritual reality is to make a sacrifice. So you're either going to just be selfish and enjoy things for yourself, or you're going to be a little more selfless and generate something greater than selfish joy, which is the domain of the soul. So I think that there's definitely a lot to be unpacked there. And welcome, Naraka. Hope you're good. Hope you're smiling. Hope the world is bringing you joy. So we've been talking about altars and how they relate to the altar, the alternative reality, the alternative outcome that we wish for. So altars are also used when we wish to change something. So it's an alchemical tool, you know, personal alchemy. It sort of represents the axis mundi. If you think about what an altar represents, it represents the center. And everything's supposed to revolve around that altar, right? And the whole ritual happens around the altar. The altar is where it happens. It's all the focus is on that. That's the center of the proverbial universe. So The double cube is this way of looking at the geometry of time space and gaining an insight to how we can bring the upper and the lower worlds, as above, so below, into a sense of union. And so this represents that sacrifice. For that union involves a certain amount of forbearance in order for the balance and harmony to be able to move through us. And another thing that I would say when we're looking at altars as well, I believe it relates to very often the moon. A lot of altars often have been used in the evenings, right? Very commonly under the moonlight. And so the double cube also has sort of moon elements. Dear Indy, are you with us, brother? Are you having a tough time?
Yes, my technical issues are getting bad, but I'm listening in.
Do you want to add something now that you're here and we can hear you? Okay, well we'll let him work on his. There you go.
I'm trying to come in, but I'm not getting your video feeds to come in, so I don't know if my audio is going to work. Can you guys hear me all right?
Your audio is fine.
Oh, it's spotty. Oh, good. Oh, that's great. Unfortunately, I keep getting kicked out and have to come back in, but if you guys can hear me, that's awesome.
So yeah, now the altar also, I think, represents that shadow self. And now we're getting back to the indie story. Because connecting with that shadow self within ourselves is our alter ego, if you will, the part that we repress. So the altar also represents the union between the alter ego and the ego in a synergy, above and below together in a synergy. The etheric and the physical becoming merged in a synergy, so that the will and thoughts and focus of the etheric can become manifest in the physical. So it relates to channeling the life force, I believe, when we're looking at altars. Then, of course, there's a whole range of topics that's going to relate to the altar. Where should we go from here? Which topic do you guys want to jump onto next?
I'll just briefly comment on what you said, and maybe that'll help stir the conversation. But it relates to a note that I had, that when we go through like an altar practice or a ritual type practice, I think there's a creation of like a collective subconscious or a shadow when we're engaged in a certain type of environment, intention, and aligned action. And it creates like an egregore type, or just like a form of itself that exercises influence and power over the individual and the group. And so the process of doing that seems to bring about the internal and the external worlds of the individual and the group as a whole. And so the stated intention can differ from the reality of it actually experienced, and then there becomes the dissonance that must either be integrated or expelled. And so I'm also thinking of like if you've got 2 cups of water that maybe are 2 different colors, well, there needs to be room in one of the cups in order to pour the water from the other cup, and then that's a blending of the 2 different colors. Or if one of them's got, a huge cup of green, and then you've got a really small cup of red, well, if you pour the green into the red, it's all going to become green. And so I think when we going back to sacrifices as well, if we're going to be inviting in this new energy, this new knowledge, information, healing, anything like that, well, there needs to be sufficient room in order to move that energy, move those colors, expel it through the alchemical process of that.
Shame, I spilled some water on the little doggy that was moaning at the door. It's called karma. Because he comes and sits between my legs, and I was pouring water into my water bottle. And I got so captivated by what you were saying that I overpoured. And of course, he got it. He was not impressed. It's like, what are you pouring water on me for? But I definitely think that what you add here is very valid. You know, the collective programming, in a sense, right? The way we program the collective and the way the collective programs us sort of is represented in the altar in the way that there's this give and take, right? What we're adding to the collective and what the collective adds to us and subtracts from on both levels seems to be sort of quite fundamental here. Now, when we're talking about altars, I think spirits. Now, there was a fascinating conversation in the group just the last day that got quite like exciting. And we were talking about spirits because I'll start from where I'm coming from. I don't believe that people should be trying to connect with spirits, I'll say, which I know it sounds like a funny thing from a shamanic perspective, coming from a shaman. But because, well, I'll start with a preface that from my perspective and my experience, there seems to be a huge difference between connecting with the ancestral spirit and the guides and spirits. And I draw a big distinction there when I say spirits, because when we speak about spirits, I'm using that term loosely. I'm essentially talking about extra dimensional entities of sorts, right? Entities that aren't from this dimensional space. Where when I'm speaking about guides and ancestors, I'm speaking about interdimensional. Now, I know that might sound like, you know, interdimensional, extra dimensional. There's an interesting difference of words here. Well, when I consider the DNA, I consider the junk DNA to be an ancestral lineage that we carry. And I don't think of the DNA as codes that have been written down. I think of the DNA as spinning helixes of amino acid chains. And these spinning helixes of amino acid chains have an acoustic resonant field that cymatically programs molecules. I want you to just consider that for a moment. The cymatic programming of molecules by the resonant acoustic field of the highly fast vibratory resonant field of those two helix chains spinning around each other really, really fast. And because I've noticed that everybody's got their own tone. You can follow a tone. Like if you go out, if you look for someone, if you know their tone, you can find them, right? You can find them. You can journey out, go looking for their tone. Everybody's got a unique sound. It's a frequency. And it's unique. Your tone is different to every other person's tone. There's no two people tones that I've ever found that is similar. So there's this tones that we're listening to. I believe it's a DNA. And you will find that it's easier to follow tones of people that we are very close to, especially bloodline tones. Those are the easiest tones to follow of other people's frequencies. And we can sort of follow them at a distance and connect at a distance through telepathic subspace connection, which I believe is the DNA field's resonant field, which is a subspace field. a quantum entangling dynamic, which quantum entangles us with all of our family members, and the past and the future is bound within this quantum entangling matrix. And so our ancestors are existing now alternatively in the quantum entangling matrix. So we are able to, through our DNA field, to awaken parts of what they call junk DNA, which is like what, 98 point, but less than 99% of all the DNA that we carry, which we're told by so-called pretentious biologists that it's just junk because they don't understand it. It's just junk. I'm sorry. Like it's a really profoundly broad statement to say that like most DNA is just junk. Oh, right. Almost all DNA is just junk, and just a tiny little bit of it isn't. The idea that it's just a big dustbin where the bits go that they don't need. They said that about the endocannabinoid system, and they were extremely wrong. Oh, it's just defunct. It's not important. It plays no role, plays no purpose. Turns out it's fundamental. So I believe that the DNA field that we carry is our ancestral lineage, and the guides that we experience are nodes within this DNA field. So they are interdimensional. They are within us specifically. Even though we are all connected to each other on a fundamental level, and on some level we are in and through and outside of each other, we do have our individual tones. And our individual tones are like a musical cascade of different frequencies of tone. And parts of those tones are, for example, your mother and your father. You are half your mother, you are half your father. Half of the tone of the DNA and half of the tone of the DNA you got from your mother and your father are in your tone. And then their tones, half of their tones are their parents on both sides. And so those musical tones that go back 10, 15 generations are in your tone. They're part of your tone. They're part of the very subtle matrix mixture of sounds that makes your sound what your sound is unique. So when we are connecting with the ancestors, we are actually making a subspace connection in real time, in the future and in the past, with ourselves. Because that part which is my ancestor is me. I'm carrying that now in my DNA. Here, it's part of me. It's me. Who I am is a part of that person. Their memories I've got. I just can't access them all, but I've got them here in my junk DNA. Their experiences, their knowledge, it's here. So I can unpack that through the subspace interdimensional connection that I have with myself through different timelines, different zones, because the future and the past is happening here now. The notion of time, I think of 3 dimensions of space as being static, in the same way that 2 dimensions of space are static, and the third dimension is the change that's happening. So it's a measure of the change of the 2-dimensional zones. Then you get 3 dimensions. Then the 3-dimensional zone is static, and the 4th dimension is a measurement of change of those 3-dimensional zones. So you've got almost infinite 2-dimensional zones to make up a 3rd dimension. And then you've got almost infinite 3-dimensional zones to make up a 4th dimension. So what do we call the rate of change of the 3-dimensional space? Well, we call it time, right? So it's just a word, but it's the change that is happening in the 3-dimensional zone. So that 3-dimensional zone is all these different 3 dimensions being packed and unpacked, packed and unpacked, packed and unpacked, moment to moment to moment to moment to moment to moment as a string, but they're actually all here right now. There is not really a future or a past per se, other than the way that that string is stretched or interpreted. So from my perspective, the future and the past are here happening now, and we have access to those parts of ourselves which are the ancestors right here, right now, moving through us. So that's how I see the ancestral connections when we're speaking. It's like we're speaking to parts of ourselves. That's what it seems like. And we might be experiencing an abstract experience which seems outside of ourselves, because remember, the parietal lobes create the dream time, this Maya of reality, and the illusion of this body, and me being separate to Adam Kadmon, or me being separate to Manu or Parabrahm. So the oversouls are like an expression of this. So basically what this comes down to is that these guides are essentially ourselves. These ancestors are essentially aspects of what has become us, ourselves. But when we're connecting with spirits, there's a different thing happening. And I mean, when people have a natural gift, this is different. Like, I can only explain this like this. Some people have a natural gift to climb trees really, really high, and they're going to be safe, right? They're going to be fine because they've got a natural instinct to climb trees. Some people don't have a natural instinct to climb a tree, and if they try and climb a tree, they might fall out and hurt themselves. So it's not necessarily for everyone. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I was going to ask if you have any examples from your personal experience to help distinguish the difference between working with spirits, working with ancestors, and working with guides. So I think of like ancestors as being a certain, more of like a blood connection, so very much kind of DNA. There's something very etheric about it, and it almost it activates in a different manner. I felt it to be a little more location based, pattern of behavior type connection as well, which differs from spirits, where I think you can work with a variety of spirits based on behavior, and maybe it's linked more by the practice of the behavior and the intention. And then for me, guides would be the I, I call it more of my higher self, but it's a different type of connection than all of those other ones. But I think that having an understanding of all of them helps me distinguish which category of those I'm working with, because without proper identification, I think it can be very easy to mix up perhaps a maybe not so good spirit as being your guide when that's not true.
Franklin, I want to ask you a question, because I know just now you mentioned the idea that the past and the future are essentially just, they're not really there. It's all just about the now. If there is no past and there is no future, what does that say about the nature of reincarnation? Because, like, okay, maybe this is not really a question, but more just something kind of a bounce at you. But I've been thinking about this. There's a strange implication that comes with this idea that if there is no past and there's no future and everything is just now, then what that essentially implies is that not only have you already experienced all of your past incarnations, but in this eternal now, you've already experienced all of your potential future incarnations as well. And so I think when it comes to sort of the self and the altar and it's your relationship with ancestor spirits, is you think of like, so I've been developing a sort of a fractal model, or a sort of a mandalic model of reincarnation, where instead of I guess the traditional layman kind of Western models, they think of it like beads on like an abacus. Like each incarnation is like a bead on an abacus, sort of moving from left to right. I've been really starting to see it like a flower petal, where you are the center of the flower petal, and each sort of different incarnation that's like, as you kind of go out, it's slightly different than the previous one. And the further you go out into the petal, the more different you are. Then that the edges of those petals would then connect to other flower petals, which would those I think would be sort of the ancestor spirits. So I've been thinking, and I guess like I'm considering the fractal model of reincarnation as basically the Fae have basically kind of like completely blown the idea of like time being linear out the window and shown me these higher dimensions of time, which are pretty insane. But I don't know. I think that was just an interesting sort of aside, and something I've been kind of postulating, this idea that, you know, we're sort of the center of the mandala, and that sometimes I think when you don't have a center to that mandala, it's easy to kind of get lost in the images. So it's interesting, like, you know, and I'm also thinking about in terms of like Buddhism, reincarnation, like, you know, most people when they think of Buddhism and Hinduism, and well, I guess this is what Buddhists and Hindus think, that, you know, you reincarnate to lose yourself. I've been thinking, what if it's the other way around? You reincarnate, you go through different bodies to find your true self. You're trying to find the pair of shoes that actually fit you. And I think that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I love the way you put that. Going to find a pair of shoes that fit you. That's beautiful. That's mint. And I wouldn't say that there is no past or there is no future, but I'd say that petal idea of yours, that's how I see it. It's a beautiful way of putting it. The flower of life. We're at the center of the flower of life, and it's just petals moving outwards from us. And the future and the past it does exist. It exists here. Only we are moving. Imagine like you got 3D space, and then you got 3D space, and you got 3D space, and you got 3D space stacked like almost infinitely. And you're like a serpent weaving through this one, then that one, then this one, then that one. And that's your pattern of time. But at the same time, there's other weaves happening, which is a different theme of time happening here. And then there's another theme of time happening that's here too. But we're in this time stream, but we're able to step out of this time stream and connect with other time streams. And this is exactly what the reincarnation thing is. This is exactly what I'm getting at with the ancestors. We are our ancestors, essentially. I
have a question.
Yeah.
If we are our ancestors, are our future selves having an aspect of us? So if we're influenced by our ancestors, can we influence our future selves?
I mean, that would just make sense. Maybe we have future ancestors.
And our future selves can influence us, and we can influence our ancestors.
I love that.
Like we can have effects both directions outwards from the center of the petal of time. So this is like the kind of way that I see it. And so this is like where when we're connecting with our ancestors and our guides, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to call them. You don't have to invoke them. They will not ask anything of you. They don't need anything. They don't want anything from you. Do you want anything from yourself? Do you need yourself to give you something? Or are you just presenting who and what you are, and you are what you are, and you're existing? And so your future aspects of your ancestors and your past aspects of your ancestors are essentially parts of you. You are that. But you're not exactly that, because you're different. And so, but the DNA resonant frequencies is what's the same pitch, the same keys, the similar notes. And so when we are connecting with our ancestors, we're connecting with those that are in harmony with the pitch vibrational field that we've got and in the future. And so the first thing is that when you connect with your ancestor, it's like you're connecting with yourself. There's like a feeling of it's like you're looking at yourself through a portal, but you look different. It's like you're looking at yourself in a photograph, but it's not quite you, but it is you. Maybe it's you when you were much younger, or you when you're much older, or a different version of you, the kind of you could have been in this life or that. It's a very it doesn't feel like there's any gradient of change that needs to be achieved. When we're connecting with spirits, there's normally some requirement. We want something from the spirits. The spirit wants something from us. There's a desire involved. When we're connecting with our ancestors, there's no desire. It's without desire, because it's a pure spiritual expression of who and what we are. So it's desire free. There is no, and it's not that they are giving us something. It's just the very consciousness of them and connection with them makes us remember what we didn't remember. And so it's like uncovering who I am, as opposed to connecting with a spirit where there's a communication of like, hey, how are you? What are you doing? Or, you know what, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. Like, so what can you do for me? What can I do for you? There's that kind of element of interaction. There's no interaction with the ancestors. They are merely just there to be there. I don't know. Does that make sense in the way I'm putting that?
Can you provide an example of how you connected with your ancestral lineage and how it was maybe activated where there was no desire?
Various different aspects, like aspects of my father, aspects of me being someone else in another time, learning. Okay, so I part of me is in Japan, and my ancestral lineage is Blade Master. There's Blade Masters. And when I connected with this ancestral lineage, past life connection and ancestral connection is very, very much two expressions of the same thing. Firstly, we don't recognize and realize it, but when we're connecting with past lives, we are our ancestors. Does that make any sense to you? Because who you were in those past lives is connected DNA to who you are today. And that has poured the DNA to bring you to who you are now. So there's this ancestral connection where you can draw information. Like for me, I drew martial arts through that connection. Just remembering and being able to know stuff in this life that I shouldn't be able to know. Being able to do stuff in this life that I shouldn't be able to do. Like I've been trained in other lives, and now I've got all that knowledge in this life. And
maybe in the same way that, you know, how we look at all of humanity as kind of incarnating into these different archetypes, and like they have maybe like an astrological pattern, well, then it would make sense that our ancestral lineage would also have a certain signature in different archetypes. And so I think of maybe like the connection with the past lives and the ancestral connection is almost like there's certain archetypes of people in our ancestral lineage that match the current archetype of incarnation that we are. And so there's, for me, it's like there's certain people in the ancestral connection that have more of like a past life type connection, because we embody a closer resonance, I think, to the individual aspect of me, like in the family of people who also embody a similar frequency of it.
Exactly. So sometimes you'll be in trance and there'll be this presence with you, but it's almost like it's another you, but it's not you. It's like other me's, and could be like woman me, because I've been woman, I've been men, I've been other me's of women and men with me, and they're lending their strength through me, if that makes sense. So I only have learned this limited a bit in this life, but this aspect is of my ancestral version of what became me has learned more of that and learned more. So this can channel through me and make me much stronger than what I am, if that makes any sense. More effective. And for example, like I might have said this before. I don't know if I've said it on the round table, but I was at a fire one night and I picked up a drum and I was playing the drum and I was somewhere else. And I was sitting with my ancestors playing drums. But it wasn't me, it was my ancestor, right? But I was gaining their experience. And then when I was playing drum, they were sitting here with me. They weren't teaching me, but their memory of them meant that I just became a drummer. Like in that 1 minute, I went from being not able to drum to being way much more than proficient as a drummer. Like I went from not being able to drum to being able to be a drum soloist, if that makes sense, without like never learning anything about playing drum. So, and the same happened with martial arts. And sometimes you meet ancestors, you meet people that have got an ancestral connection with you, but they're not in the same bloodline as you now, apparently. But there's some point in ancient history where your bloodlines meet. Does that make any sense to you? And you meet these people, and there's like a really, really powerful connection where you can look into each other's eyes and you can remember times you were together. And see there's this connection of where you're flowing. And then with that recognition, there's these behind me aspects of me. And there's people like, it's almost like there's a whole gang of me. Like a whole gang of me, a whole lot of us. And like together we can do loads, much more than I can do. That's sort of like what ancestral connection is like, as opposed to spirits. Where with spirits, it's more of it's a touch and go. And don't get me wrong. I mean, some people can have really great connections with spirits and get a lot from it, right? But at the same time, I think there's a fad of people wanting to connect with spirits, but it's not their birthright to do so. And those people, I think, get themselves into a lot of trouble often because they don't have that inner guidance, if that makes sense. They're taking ideas from the outside and trying it to make something happen. And so other beings come and go, okay, you want something to happen? I'll make something happen for you. And so this is where I think a lot, like, I'll give you an example. Do you know how many people played Ouija board and paid for it? Yeah? Like really paid for it. Because they wanted to play with spirits. They wanted to talk to spirits. They wanted to experience it. And then they opened some kind of a portal, and our spirits are coming through and communicating with them. But now it's like an open door. It's sort of like I took the lock off my front door, left the front door open. Do you know what I mean? Don't know who I'm going to wake up with in my house. kind of thing. Where some people have a natural innate ability to be able to channel spirits, and then those people would be safe because it's their ability. Sort of like some people have a natural innate ability to become a good tightrope walker, right? But you don't wake up one morning deciding you want to walk tightrope and quickly do a quick tightrope walking course and then walk between buildings and hope for the best, if that makes sense. Because you've got to have it in your blood. I don't know. What do you think, Cosmic? Are you with us? Cosmic fell off. Oh. Quinty, dear brother, you're with us. How are you doing? Welcome, dear brother Quintavious. Let me introduce Quintavious to you. Quintavious is a mystic, and he's a Christian mystic practicing different sorts of mysticism that relates to, well, they all lead to the same point at the end of the day. And a beautiful brother. How are you doing, brother? Thank you for honoring us with your presence. It's a total honor to have you here. Om Shanti.
Thank you for the introduction, my friend Franklin Shaman. Hello, everybody. Haven't been here in so long. Shoot, I forgot everybody's name. What's your name at the
Aaron
top?
and Indie Sage.
Indie Sage, okay.
And Aaron.
And Aaron, okay. Hey, Aaron and Indie Sage, my bad. Good to see you guys again. From what I'm hearing, hey, thank you. From what I'm hearing, it reminds me of there's a lot of names for these concept of like spiritual ancestry and everything. I agree with you, Shaman, that some people have a knack or a talent for it. But I would even go so far as to say everybody has the same ability, but not the same drive. You know what I mean? Like, I think talent is misunderstood. As I look at my talent for the flute, I can play the flute very, very well, and I don't know why everybody says that I play so well, and I just feel like I'm just diddling with it. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm having fun. That's the thing, and I love it. So I started to think about that one day, and I think that talent or a gift comes from the passion you have in doing it. You know, like, the more you like it, the more you'll play with it, and the way your energy works when you're playing with it, I think that matters, like your mindset. So that becomes the talent itself. A lot of people don't have that for everything. Some people, they like to fight more, or some people like to, move things around with their hands more than other people, and they have a talent for it. But I think we all have the same gifts. We just don't have the same drive, and it makes us into different people. It's almost like a flute. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like everybody's like a flute, and the spirit of the creator is blowing through each of us, but at different holes in the flute. You know what I mean? Different notes. So we're all different, like shades of light, or different frequencies of that same energy because of our own individual passions and whatnot. But about the conversation that we were having, or you guys were having, that I'm jumping into, I feel like you guys are talking about the subconscious in a deep sense of the word subconscious, because the subconscious knows everything, and it absorbs everything, even things we don't remember. And that could be the spring from where all our information lies. And when we actually tap into it, we don't know we've tapped into a wiser or different frequency of our own selves in the past. That is not really the past, but in our mind it's the past, because our subconscious is like a blind spot. It's like an invisible dark room in a house behind a bookshelf that you got to pull a book to get the bookshelf to open, and all the stuff that you don't remember or that you may need is in there, and you don't really, you don't really realize it until you start to come to terms with where you are and what you are and what you think and how you think, because all that really matters, and it all comes to terms with itself eventually. It's almost like dying and living are at once a simultaneous thing. Like, death and living are one. And when you come to terms with dying, you come to terms with living. And when you come to terms with living, you come to terms with loving. And all those three things are always present. It's like, how would you say, your ego, your subconscious, and then your waking subconscious, or your waking consciousness. They're all the same thing, but ones are in different places in your awareness, and because of that, you become less aware to one and more aware to another. So for me, I've been studying with a theosophist for the past like 3 weeks, and we've been going into symbolism, and I know all the symbolisms, and I started to ask him, what's the point of this? This is kind of redundant. And he said, well, it's redundant because you want to know more about something that you already know everything about, but you want proof that you know about it by learning about the outside in a reflection of the inside, which is the symbol. And so I asked him, how can I learn about the inside without using the outside as a reflection? And he said, well, you have to die to wanting to know about it and to believe you already know about it. And so I started to, look at myself simply and to see what subconsciousness is, what my consciousness is, and what my thoughts are, like the habit of my thoughts. And I started to realize that my ancestors are just parts of me that I've forgotten because I'm too much in this whatever I'm in. But they're always there. I just don't notice. And because I don't notice, I don't receive the, what would you call it, the passions or the frequencies that they have or that were me. But the more I die to the present and to, what do you call it, the circumstances of the outside, the more I can become all of them at once. And the more I am all of them at once, I realize that is really what I guess people would call the oversoul, or the God, the Elohim, the the I am that I am, all that stuff is that. But you only can get there if you stop. You just have to get to a point where you stop caring so much about the reflection of what's inside of you, and actually care more about the reflection, the thing that is not being reflected, because the reflection is distorted. It will always be. Like even mirrors don't really show you in a great detail what you look like. Or water, when you look into the water, it is moving, it's rippled. But when you really look beyond the reflection, you see more of who you really are, and that what you really are, what you really are is infinite. It doesn't need to, how would you say, doesn't need to have a reliance on the outside to validate it, because it is what it is, and that is you. It's kind of like what Jesus said in the Bible. He mentioned, they were like, what they say to him? They said, why don't you just give us a sign so we can know if you're lying or not? So you can know for real if you are who you say you are. And Jesus said, hey, this wicked generation always looks for a sign, and there's a bazillion signs you don't notice. So I'm going to give you one more sign, which is the sign of Jonah. And then after he said that, they were like, okay, where is it? And he said, you don't even know what you're asking for. He said, you will always look for a sign and never get one because you're looking in the wrong places. What he was trying to say is people look for the outside to validate what is on the inside. And if you stop doing that, like my teacher is teaching me from theosophy, you will become what you are quicker instead of relying on other people to tell you what you are. And that's kind of what Jung goes into, because Jung equates the persona with the ego. And a lot of us don't understand why we even have a persona. And the persona really is a reflection of what people say and what you want to get from appeasing to other folks. And then the ego is what you get when you want to appease to your own self. But when you let those two go, you see who you really are. And it takes a lot of time. But I agree that ancestors are really just you, like a blindsided you from your experiences and what you thought happened to you, or what you thought was happening with your feelings and with your with your desires. Because I realized that babies, they have desires in the beginning, and a lot of people don't understand what that means. But when the babies come out, their eyes like never close. They're just like, oh, look at all this stuff. And they never stop looking. Like they look like crackheads or something. They just never, their eyes just keep zooming around. And the more they get older, you start to see that they are exhilarated endlessly about this world. And when you realize what's happening by looking at your own self and why you don't do that anymore, it's because you got bored of this world, because it doesn't appease to what's on the inside of you anymore. But children, like babies, it appeases to what's inside of them already. They're enjoying it. Everything about it is fun to them. Even when they get hurt, they cry, but it was fun to them to get hurt. It's crazy. And we lose that the more we are subjected to this world. We get into a mode where we think that the world and how it affects us matters. But that's the opposite of how we are supposed to be. That's what Buddha is always trying to tell you. Or what else is there? Islam, the Quran is trying to tell you the same thing. Jesus is trying to tell you. Judaism through Moses. Moses' whole story, Exodus, it means the escape from. Exodus is trying to tell you the escape from Mithraim. Mithraim means the bondage of water, or the test of water. And Mithraim is the physical world. That's what the whole story is about. That's why he parts water and walks through the river, get to the other side. Because his dream, which is his sister Miriam, woke him up to the trap he was in. And so yada, 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 God talking to him, whatever. And then he goes, the last test was to go across the water and defeat the bondage. And you see he crossed the water with his friends, quote unquote, or his dreams and his aspirations. And the water closes down and destroys the bondage. And then he has all the riches from the people who are bonding him, or the reality that bonded him. And now he's free. And he has to help everybody else become free, because he sees himself as a father or a leader, a shepherd. And that's what those are all the same stories. And it's about you waking up to the reality, not really, the world around you, not really being really there. It's just an amalgamation or a reflection of what's on the inside of you. So I agree. I agree with you guys. I hope that makes sense.
So Nightfall Noah asked an interesting question about signs. And so this ties into guides in a sense. I would say not trying to look for signs is the best way to see signs. There's nothing cryptic there. So Like, don't worry about it. There's nothing to see here. What I mean by that is the simpler it is the better it is. The simpler one makes one situation, the better. The simpler one becomes, the better. So if you want to see signs, just start looking. Just start looking at what is there and spend a lot of time looking. So if you're looking at a wall, how long did you look at the wall for? Only 5 minutes. You didn't stare at the wall for an hour. I'm just using that as like a ridiculous metaphor, but like, you know what I mean? Just look. Signs will become, once you look, you'll start noticing, going to nature and notice there's a rhythm. Things are happening around you, and there's sort of a rhythm to the way things are happening. And if you just keep watching, something will seem like it's not in that rhythm. And then you watch that and it will be creating a new rhythm. And you'll notice like that thing seemed like it's out of that rhythm, but it's not really out of that rhythm. It's like when you're playing drum and you make a mistake, right? But did you make a mistake? No. Because the mistake then becomes a mistake that you keep making, right? Now it's the new rhythm. It's no longer a mistake. It's now the adaptation of what the baseline wanted to become. And you keep playing until you're going into a trance and you make a mistake, but then you don't go, oh, I made a mistake. You go, okay, let's go with it. And so nature is doing that. It's following a rhythm. And then something goes out of that rhythm, but it becomes the new rhythm. And that rhythm becomes the next rhythm. So that's what I would say. If you're looking for signs, don't look for signs. Just look at life and contemplate rhythm while you're watching nature. If you're staring at the skies, notice the rhythm of the wind. Notice the rhythmical movement of the wind. Notice the way the wind moves. Sooner or later, the wind will say something to you, or the wind will present something. You'll notice that at that, just before the wind blew like that, that happened, and that animal came there, and this happened. And you'll think like there's some kind of a synchronicity between these events that seem like they're separate events happening all in a string, all at a certain period of time, and then they create like a new pattern. I hope that makes sense. It might sound very
Shaman,
disjointed.
I would say it's habits, because the book that I like to talk about a lot, the Bible. The whole point of the Bible is saying that you need to. Well, it says this. It says habits are the destruction to men, and what that means is that if you don't catch yourself in a loop or in a pattern and change it, like evolve basically, then you'll die in it, because you'll never fix it. And so, like you said, patterns, that's actually a great practice. My other teacher, Neville, he told me to stare into concrete or a pattern on the wall, and I stared into a brick wall, and I started to see something that looked familiar, like a dog. And I realized I see a dog because a dog was my first friend when I was a child, 3 years old, like my first sister or first sibling. And that pattern or that habit, I need to realize and internalize, but also realize it is externalized by itself, and to change that pattern. So I changed the dog into a man, but I didn't have to do anything except see the dog as myself. And so the dog's mouth became my hand, and the tail of the dog became my other arm. And I saw myself in, T-pose, I suppose you could say, from a bird's eye view. But you can only do that when you realize you're making, like, the habits are the way you think. And if you don't fix your habits or to fix the way you think, you'll get stuck. You know what I mean? Like, it's like life. Or if you always think a certain way, like if you're a pessimistic person, you'll never be able to understand optimism, because you're stuck being pessimistic and you think optimism is, negative or contrary to your way of being. So if you're not open to changing, you're gonna stay stuck being pessimistic. Or if you're a sadist, you know what I mean, then you'll never understand what it means to endure pain like a masochist, because you're stuck in that habit. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that you have to really grasp the cloud, which I'm using, figurative language, but the cloud would be your thoughts, and you have to make the cloud rain. So you have to make the cloud be more dense, and that thought will become a dream, and that dream will be something you reach towards, like a state of conflict, like pieces through conflict are chewing, because shalom, that's what it means, to break something into two pieces or multiple pieces. But so you need to grasp your thought, which is your habit, realize it for yourself, which is, make it denser, make it rain, and as it rains, it will water your aspirations to dream more, which will be your plants and vegetables, all that stuff, the seeds, and they'll turn into trees, and that will be your bed that you sleep in. Like, a lot of people don't understand that they make their bed hard for no reason, and it's based on the way they think, and the way they think is based on habits. So I love what you said.
Welcome back, Cosmic. You made it back. And welcome back, Indy. You made it back. Cosmic, we were talking about tightrope walking. I don't know if you heard it, because you were in and then you popped out. Did you have a sandwich or something? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
How was your sandwich?
It's all right.
Good.
Italian sandwich.
What I was saying was, I don't think connecting with spirits is for everyone. I think it's an innate ability that we inherit through like lifetimes of work. What would you say? You don't try, you didn't want to or try to like learn to connect with beings, did you? They were just sort of there, weren't they? Or am I wrong?
It's a kind of a symbiosis thing. One thing I've kind of realized about telepathic connections is that they can be extremely intimate. I mean, can you be so intimate with a person that you can literally share like every single intimate thought that you have with them? I think even with some of your closest friends and family members, you're going to feel a little bit weirded out, So I think when you talk about like the idea that, spirits are not necessarily for everyone, it's like, I think there's definitely some truth to that. It's a very jarring experience when you really like, actually feel the presence of a spirit. It's not just that it's not even that you even hear their voice or you hear their words talking to you. It's that you can feel their eye contact. You can feel that you acknowledge, not only do you acknowledge their presence, but that they acknowledge yours. And I think that even if the spirit is like, as benevolent as can be, that for somebody who's never really worked with spirits before can be a very jarring experience. And I think one can kind of easily, freak out or panic or think that they're going insane. And I think that's kind of why I realized like why spirits don't necessarily talk to people sometimes, or that when some people, they try to reach out for God, but God doesn't necessarily answer, is because, it's in a sense, it's almost like the spirits know that if I try to talk to this person, they're just going to freak out and panic and, think they have schizophrenia and check themselves into a mental institution rather than actually sit and listen with the spirit. So I don't know. I think when it comes to like your ability to, talk to certain spirits, I think it's not just that people have a certain ability to talk to spirits in general, but I think that people are going to connect to certain spirits or like one of the reasons I work with the Fae is because, well, I have a very Fae-like personality. Like everything that's one of the reasons why I work with those spirits is because they're a spirit that's similar to the kind of soul and consciousness that I have. Like if you ever think about like, when people own dogs, that they tend to own dogs that look like them. That, you know what I mean? Like they always have like almost a similar like facial structure. Like that's always been a weird sort of thing with me. So I think that it's not something like, sometimes like there's certain spirits like, hey, I'm really good at like speaking to fae beings, but if you try to tell me to speak to some other spirit for some other random culture that I've never heard of before, or something that I don't really have a personal connect with, I'm going to have a much more difficult time channeling and talking to those spirits. And I think it's the same thing with other people. It's not just that, whether you talk to a spirit or not, is this the kind of spirit that I can actually form a connection with? Do we have a symbiotic relationship where it's like people in real life. You tend to talk to people who have a similar outlook, similar interests. You might, disagree on certain things, but you tend to go with people who you can actually have a conversation with, whom you can actually, deal with things that are interesting. I think that spirits are the same way. If you're somebody who's, very like, you're an outgoing, born again Christian, and you're all about, doing right, you're probably not going to have a lot in common with like a demon or like a more malevolent spirit, for example. You're not going to see eye to eye. But if you're some kind of like nihilistic metalhead guy who just like, drinks whiskey and wants to cause violence, doesn't care, then you'll probably have a few more things in common, and so I think it's kind of like relationships with people. Some people you can get along with, and other people you have nothing in common with. And yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like spirits are like relationships. They literally are relationships.
Franklin, can I ask you a question?
Yes, by all means.
When you were in the wilderness in India, can you tell us about the spiritual activity you experienced there? I think that would help.
Wow. Animals. There were parts of me inside animals that I could connect with that animal and become like Cosmic saying, get really intimate with an animal, be it an elephant or, bear or anaconda or, different creatures. And I'd be recognizing that what's inside that creature is inside of me, on one hand. And so my guides are living in other creatures. Animals, there's some really interesting connection between animals and humans. They've got our DNA in them somehow. A lot of the DNA in animals are like very similar to the DNA in humans, tone-wise. So there's this very profound connection between our organs in our bodies and the creatures that we meet. So because of this, you can sort of I don't know if it's like you can control the animals, but you can certainly influence them like you would influence yourself with your thoughts. And then there were other beings, which was like me, other me's, ancestral me's that were around me. At one particular place where I lived, I kept seeing these monks around me and recognizing there's like an ancestral lineage running through this place, that I had a connection with this place. It was actually a place that had been set up by the second Aharit of Buddha. That means those that were initiated by the people initiated by Buddha. So it's like a very old place. And I had a history with this place. And I actually fell into a trance. And come give me a hug and kiss quickly. And I channeled Good for you. I'm in a live show. I can't talk now. I can kiss.
You know what?
Good
I
night.
get French contre royal
I love you. Royal Fudge. Good night, my sweetheart. Sleep well. Royal Fudge. Aye. Sorry. So yeah, where was I? And so these beings were around me, and they were like different lines of my ancestry that had been in this place long time before. They were just sort of watching over me. And then of course there were other things too. Look, when I was with my ex-wife in the wilderness, she used to want to connect with external beings, other beings. But it was because she had a desire to know more. She wasn't content with knowing what she knew and allowing it to just grow naturally, which is what our ancestral rights are all about. Not desiring to know, just allowing knowledge to grow, right? Like a plant, just grows. It's just what it does. Just make the conditions right and let it grow. It's going to grow. And she had this is actually going into a conversation that happened in the group yesterday, where I think I stepped on some toes, but I had to be honest because it was okay to start it off. And Cosmic mentioned the word panic, and it made me giggle because it was a talk done by a guy called Panic, but it was like I compared it to clickbait, spiritual clickbait, because it was all about like connecting with spirits, finding spirits that can bring you wealth and this and that and wisdom and no, and connect with those spirits. And it was just an eclectic from all different occult traditions, like a pea soup of what I considered a bit of nonsense, put all together from every different tradition of like a big compendium of which spirits to connect with for this and that. And I'm not saying that sorcery isn't valid. Just to me, it seemed like a bit of nonsense because it didn't seem necessary, because it seems like all of this external validation, external beings. What do you need that being for if it's all inside of you? Your ancestral lineage is waiting to unfold. You just got to be who you are and settle. And so my ex-wife, she was working hard. She was meditating hard. She would meditate for about 5-6 hours a day. And then she would spend like half an hour drumming, maybe an hour and a half doing hatha yoga every day, 2 sets. And then she would write in her diary every day, 2 or 3 times, probably half an hour writing in her diary, dream journaling. And she would play guitar and she would write poetry as well. As like segments between her different spiritual practices, and then studying as well. So she was working about 8-9 hours a day, meditating about 5 hours a day, and working and then doing all these other practices as well, you know. And so she was developing fast, but she opened her ESP faculties, and so she could see these spirits that were connecting with her. And obviously I'm aware of those spirits because I've been connected to things since I was a child. And I used to see her, and I could see her desire, and I could see its desire wanting to feed off her desire, and her desire wanting to feed off its desire. And I kept warning her about this. And she didn't take my words to heed. And then she used to get freaked out because like we didn't spend much time together, right? I'd be meditating like 8-10 hours a day and then doing my other things, which probably amounted to about 12 hours of working every day, spiritual work. So like I was doing my own thing, but we'd get together and we'd eat. And then we'd eat quietly, and then after we eat, I'd say like, it was about 9:30 this morning. That being was there with you, and I'd describe the being, and I'd speak about it, and she would be like shocked that I knew every time that she was communicating with a being, even if I was at a distance, because I knew her tone so well, her vibrational field. I could sense her field. So anything came near to her field, I could sense it. Because obviously you're in the wild, so you're just tuned into your surroundings. So every change in the energy field, you feel it. And she couldn't resist. And it kept going on for years. And we went to different ashrams. We went to Tantra ashrams. And there was a bizarre, weird Tantra man that she was sort of, that was trying to like get into her head, doing his Tantras, trying to get into her head. Bless him, bless her. And I had to intercede because she was attracting that from the outside. And then one night in an ashram in the desert, she was called away from out where we were sleeping, and she was told by this being, which was an angel, she thought, that she needed to go far away from me so that it could manifest for her. And I was like about a few hundred meters, a few hundred yards into the middle of it was a big ashram. It's there's a little village called Lila Sevri. Yeah, Lila Sevri. It's maybe about 17 kilometers out of Pushkar in the deserts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place. And so it's a desert ashram, but it's a big ashram, but it's in the desert. And there were not many people there. It was just myself and her and the Guruji in that massive ashram. And a few people there, like maybe about another 8 or 9, but like everybody's in their own thing. I wasn't training with with a group of people. I was just doing my own thing because the Guruji knew us well. And he would just let us go and carry on with our thing because we were like working so hard that the other students wouldn't be able to, they were on a different methodology. They weren't working as hard as we worked. And she got called away, and this being was making this contract with her to trade with, give her this wonderful inspiration and this great sacred, special, secret teachings and this God consciousness, because she wanted to compete with me in some weird way. And she wanted to also be able to, because I could tell what was happening, right? Like when things happened, I knew what had happened or when it had happened. And I was always sort of present. And she wanted to be like that. She felt like she wanted to increase her meditation. She wanted to be able to meditate for like 10 hours or whatever. And so she thought these beings were going to help her accelerate her spiritual momentum so she could catch up with me. But I said to her, look, she'd been doing it devotedly for 10 years. I'd been doing it devotedly for 35, 36, like, or maybe not at that time, so many years, but way much more than a quarter of a century. So time counts. How long you've been practicing, how long you've been doing things, it matters. And anyway, I was pulled out of my reverie of sleep and I was outside of my body and I could see through the wall and I could see her in the distance because the bells were going off. All my bells were going off. And I set up bells around myself where I stayed so that no being could enter into my space without my bells going off. Sort of like an alarm system, but a psychic spiritual alarm system. So no external being could ever come near to my zone without me being alerted, which is why I could know if any being came near her, I would know which being, when, what minute, how long, what it was. I could follow the conversation to an extent. And I saw her through the wall in the distance in the field, and she had this light coming out of her head. So I went there. I jumped there because you don't walk, you jump. In the etheric body, you don't have to walk. And I was right next to her, and this line of light was coming out of her head, and I could feel the tones and the vibrations of it. So I climbed inside of it, and I became like one with the light stream. And next thing I was moving like a bullet through this thing, and then I was confronted by this angel, but this angel was just too big. It was just bigger than life. I was like, nah, this is too much. This is just too much. So I didn't buy it, and I was like, oh well, if you are, then share this with me. And I shared a point of laser with this being, so we could share this laser, and it shattered. And what was there was 3 extraterrestrials, insectoid. The matriarch was holding a device of liquid metal that was like a mask, but it didn't have a shape. It was like liquid moving metal that she had been holding over her face. And that it was some kind of a psionic emitter that would change her vibrational signature to be this angel. And she was somehow meta harnessing the 2 beings that sat on her. There was like a throne in the center of this disc craft. And I could see through the craft because I was in the ionosphere, or wherever I was up above the earth. The earth was way down there. And I could see right through the craft. And it was funny because it looked like a throne that she was sitting on, right in the center of the craft. And there were 3 of them, like a triangle. And one, and the matriarch at the back sitting higher up on like a bigger throne chair. It was like a throne that's got 3 seats on a throne. And she sits on the main throne with 2 sitting on these side throne seats, part of her throne. And she somehow harnesses their energy into her and then uses this device to beam down energy to become angels or whatever you want them, whatever they need to be, they can be for you. And my moving up along this line wasn't anticipated. And then my laser created a standing wave of thought vibration that short-circuited the technology. It's not using electricity as we know it. It's using not Pingala. We use Pingala. It was using Ida flow. Ida is a different kind of technology. It works with instead of electron chains, it works with magnetic field pulse. So anyway, the magnetic field pulse system was broken and disturbed, and it wasn't working anymore. And so I interacted with these beings. I grabbed them somehow in a thrall. I don't know how I did it, because in that moment my ancestors were with me and they moved through me, and I grabbed these beings and I held them in, and I had the 3 of them like in my thought hand, and they were stuck. They were like frozen in time. They couldn't move. And it was such a shock for my ex-wife, such a shock that she screamed after this had happened. So I let them go in the end, because I was drilling into the matriarch's mind, thinking I need to find out what you were doing with her. Why were you here? Who are you? Why are you pretending to be an angel? And then her thoughts came to me, because she was watching me interacting with these 2, because she was also sensitive to these beings and energy, so she could see. So she had seen me arrive. She had seen me go up the line. She had seen me destroy her angel. Then she saw these 3 beings that are like the scariest beings you've ever seen in your life. But they had physical being bodies. And I was able to grab their consciousness and start drilling in. And then she asked me, what about free will? And I was like, oh, hold on. What am I doing here? And I let them go, and they fiddled with their dials, and the craft blinked and it was gone. And then I jumped back into my body. When I jumped back into my body, I could still hear her screaming in the distance. And I was naked, sitting up like in my bed, and I ran to find her in the field, shaking and sobbing. And she couldn't stop talking about those insects. What were those insects? What did you do? What did you do to that angel? What was the insects? She was like in a state of panic. That's what inspired this conversation, because it was a manual for how to connect with spirits that was being presented as a YouTube channel. And it was just like a whole lot of ideas from different traditions, from voodoo, from hoodoo, from from this occult tradition, from that occult tradition, all thrown together, little sort of a hamper of toys that people can use. And if they use them properly, they could probably open connections with spirits. Whether they are meant to prematurely be able to, they should have if they do it devotedly, they would be able to open up connections with spirits. But God knows what spirits. And so I had made a comment in the group last night saying, like, this is clickbait spirituality, in my opinion. Looking for people that are just connecting with spirits. It's not really what it's about. We've got it all within ourselves. We shouldn't need anything external to ourselves. And so this experience was for me like a very intense experience, because it was the last time that her and I meditated together. Was the sunset meditation before this happening, which was the same as every sunset meditation for like the previous 10 years, which was the same as every sunrise meditation or sunrise. 4 to 6:30 meditation for the previous 10 years. So we used to meditate together every day, at least twice a day. And that moment redefined her, that she didn't want to have anything to do with spirituality. She didn't want to meditate. She didn't want to journal anymore. She didn't want to play drum. She didn't want to open her senses. She just wanted all of her ESP to close. She just wanted to forget everything. She wanted to take the blue pill. She would rather want to take ketamine or something else, just anything that she can take that can make her forget about all of this stuff that she's experienced, all of this psychic work that she'd done over 10 years. She wanted to forget it all. One experience. She lost all her mukshi. So that was why I was making a comment on the group about, in my Telegram group, about I don't approve of this clickbait spiritual. Anyway, that's a long-winded story, but that's an example of connecting with spirits, beings. Often these spirits are beings. That's another thing people don't recognize and realize. Sometimes these spirits aren't what they seem to be. So if you don't have an innate resonant chamber to connect with them, and if you're connecting with them out of a desire for something that you want, you're setting in motion a vibrational field of something lacking within me. And so you're going to attract something to you that's in resonance with that field of vibration. It's not necessarily going to be positive. This is why you've got to be in a positive state, needing or wanting nothing. Does that make sense to you guys?
I'd say so.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I do think that there's definitely definitely a lot to be said about connecting with beings. Shame Indy keeps falling off. I hope he gets his connection right. Hope he can get his connectivity. We might have by the way, I didn't mention this, but we might have someone joining us. I don't want to say too much in case she doesn't arrive. Let me see if she sent a message. She did say she'll probably be coming in a bit late. Did she message me or not? She's not going to make it. Okay. She wanted to come, but she's been sidetracked, and Lily was going to join us, but she can't make it, unfortunately. She was going to come a bit later, but she's been delayed. She's not able to now. But yeah, so anyway, long-winded stories. Indy brother, are you with us? Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I'm here. That's an incredible experience that you had with that girl, and it makes so much more sense that you meditated with her on a daily basis for years, because I've heard of people being able to go to the other mind space in meditation. But that sounds like such a profound experience, and it's such a good thing you were able to help her in that experience, because from the sound of it, she was really being duped. And when she saw those true image of those creatures, she started to realize what kind of magic she was really messing with, and it wasn't the good kind. But that's a really profound experience that you had. I've been able to have experiences where I've been able to interact with my guides, and I've seen them appear to me and speak to me. In a shamanic vision, I will just see the image of an animal, and then I will look up the meaning of the shamanic meaning of the animal to gain more insight on the message that it gave me. But one time I was doing a past life regression session that I had emulated the process of from a great master in Asheville that I worked with named Bobby Baranowski. And he led me through the etheric halls after going down some crystal stairs, and then brought me into a past life. So I was able to do that for some of the people at the meditation that I was doing at my spiritual center. And then halfway through the meditation, Shiva appeared to me, came to me, kind of floating in air in Indian style seat position, and spoke to me and said, "You can now speak your truth. I remove all blockages from your throat chakra." And so I felt a great wave of blue wash over me, and I felt a huge weight lift off of me. Like there was a strong blockage there in the past where I would only speak what I was supposed to say, or what was permittable. But then after this point, when my spirit master came to me, and I had prayed to Shiva for every day for 20 years before this happened to me. And I feel like that maybe these guides that we see could be an aspect of ourselves, because I know that other people have interacted with Shiva or Thoth or other masters and guides that I use, and they see them in a different light. So I feel like there's an aspect of resonance there, and they might see a different component of the guide, or maybe the guide is kind of a personalized aspect of an altered higher self. I feel like that could be the case, but there's a strong resonance of also we get this image that's presented to us, and we kind of internalize this image and this archetype and this personage that's communicated to us as the guide, and we kind of make it our own, or we see it in our own light. But it was such a powerful experience for me. I was then able to, after that experience, speak my truth in such a way where I didn't feel like I was stepping on people's toes. I was able to speak my truth in such a way that it was a mediated way, where I was able to speak my feelings in truth and with kindness and compassion in such a way where I didn't feel like I wasn't bothering anyone anymore. Before, I felt like if I were to say no, I was kind of a people pleaser for a long time. And if I were to have to say no, I would get defensive and angry. And it was also like that in other ways, where I would say something I felt like I shouldn't say. It would come with a strange emotional connotation and attachment to it. But after that time, I had this more comfortable in my skin feeling, and people said that wow, you seem different now. Like you seem like you're more authentic and more free. Like I was more uptight before that experience, and I was more internalized and reserved. Now I've kind of opened up, turned over a new leaf after this experience. It's been very powerful for me.
Yeah, I definitely also get the interdimensional connection of the aspects of the self, which is reflecting this deified aspect of ourselves, which we will experience in different ways, which we call Shiva, for example. Or you could have different names in different traditions, but essentially the guru principle, because we're talking about the guru, the connection with the inner guru there, with that part of yourself, which is your divine knowledge that flows through you. And I think that's the thing about guides. Like for me, guides have often been animalistic. They don't say much. There's a little cushy little animal there, or there's this creature, or there's this creature, like an animal, like cats, horses, snakes, Pegasus. Yeah, Pegasus, unicorn. They don't all seem to have to be physical animals like we know them here. Kind of dolphin kind of creature. I'm not quite sure what that was. It seems bigger than a dolphin, but anyway, is it a kind of a killer whale? Kind of a killer whale, dolphin kind of creature swimming around me. So yeah, that's very interesting. These natural emanations, and like once again, like you weren't doing a ritual trying to call a spirit in. This was something that came from inside of you, right, Indy? It just was a natural impulse that happened. And I think that when these natural impulses happen, there's something quite intrinsically fundamental about it. No.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was doing a mantra to Shiva for decades, kind of with the energy of willing a transformation of my higher self, kind of coming into my lower self and raising me up and balancing me out. So it was a long process of kind of like praying to my higher self to help me ascend and help me harmonize. And so I could imagine that like my subconscious or my higher self throughout that period of time before the transformation was able to really facilitate that change on a lot of planes, on higher planes, to be able to like having that will and having that constant balance of that will on the same page for so long kind of made that transformation come into fruition for me. And it was like a really powerful process. It took a lot of discipline and a lot of time and strong will, but it really paid off, and it's been very powerful to be able to have that experience. I feel like I would love for other people to have those kind of experiences as well. Now that I've been able to have them, I can show my testimony that the power of it is so immense and so influential. And it's really worth the investment to put your time into the meditations.
Here's a question, Cosmic. When did you start having the Fae come to you and start talking to you? Was what started? How did that come to be?
It's kind of difficult to say because there really doesn't seem to be. I would say probably around 2018, 2019 was probably when I first started doing that. Before that, I was actually sort of I was just kind of like channeling the goddess, the sort of the Gnostic Sophia. It was kind of weirdly through kind of working through that divine mother nature, like and sort of like channeling that being. It's like I began to be able to sort of like channel more specific beings instead of just these larger fields of awareness. I could kind of like hone it down into something more interesting. The thing about the Fae, which is kind of with my encounter, was it's not like there's this moment where it's like they show up. It's like, hey, we're the Fae, what's up? It's more like you were kind of like in sort of in altered states of consciousness, sort of having these kind of like what I thought were just sort of imaginary kind of conversations or sort of like romantic daydreams or whatever. But I think what made it interesting was it was like then the synchronicities started. So I don't know if I've mentioned the event that really kind of got me started working with the Fae. So, Franklin, do you know what? Have you ever heard of like randonauting or the randonaut device before? Like, or do I need to explain that? Because it's kind of like crucial for this.
Random nod? Random nod.
Randonauting.
Knots. Is it like knots that you tie?
No, like a knot, like a psychonaut.
Please tell us about this device. It sounds interesting.
Randonauting is kind of like you basically, these people came up with this device where they took quantum data and you would use it to generate points on a GPS map. So the idea is it would basically kind of like a Pokemon Go thing where the phone would take you to a certain specific location. So the idea would be like because it takes this, this quantum data, let's say my intention is purple. So the idea is if this machine works is that the coordinates will take you somewhere in your area where there's a purple object of some kind or something that's noticeably purple. All right. So I did that with that. So when I first started working with the Fae, I had a much more chaos magic kind of mindset. These are just kind of thought forms or tulpas, egregores. They're kind of spirits, but they're not really, but they're just sort of, it's all this universal mind and maybe it's just an aspect of myself. I didn't, fully take it seriously. So when I did the Randonaut device and my intention for that particular day was magic portal. And while I was already kind of talking with these spirits, but I didn't really, there was still that kind of like, well, maybe this is real. Maybe this is just my imagination. I'm just sort of playing with my thoughts, experimenting. So me and Kathiza, which is the name of one of the main Fae spirits I talked to, I probably talked to her the most out of all the Fae spirits. And we were talking about using orbs or crystal balls as a sort of a way to transport you to different dimensions. And she was mentioning, having a crystal ball in your hand, sort of looking at it as you spin in a circle. And we were just having that conversation. And I'm about 15 minutes away walking towards this point of what the magic portal. And guess what was at the point? It blew my mind, and it still blows my mind. It was like, because I was talking to this fairy about orbs. I go to this point, there's a fairy statue holding an orb. And I'm like, holy shit, we got to take this a lot more seriously. There's something like this is powerful, like to get a synchronicity that specific. And keep in mind, I've used this device before and like dozens of other times, not getting results like this. So it's not like this is some, common experience. Like this was like a one in like 1,000 or 10,000 that something like this would occur. So it's like really beyond like random chance and probability. So, and then that's where I kind of like started like, okay, these are real spirits. This is not just my imagination. Something else is definitely going on here. So I feel like in a lot of ways, if I had to kind of think of the starting point for my journey, it would be that experience.
So what does this device look like? Is it electronic? I'm just trying to understand.
No, you can use it via your phone, right? You go to this randonautica.com or something. You download the app to your phone, and it just like it takes you to a location, and basically, there's this data, this quantumly generated data, and you can basically do like an attractor or a void, and it's a fun little tool that you can basically use. Some people have found I guess it went viral because somebody apparently found like a dead body with it, and it got really freaking weird. And then there's a lot of these people in that community that they try to only manifest dark stuff with it. Oh, we're gonna manifest death, and they make videos, and it's like terrifying. But it's like you can manifest positive things too. But in a lot of ways, it's kind of a powerful kind of like modern divination tool, where it basically kind of like sends you to a spot. So yeah,
that's fascinating. Like, I never heard of this stuff, but I haven't really been like that internet wise. But so basically, but you had already been communicating or having these experiences in your consciousness field through the imagination previously, right?
Yeah, they just seemed like kind of like really vivid daydreams. And I was sort of like agnostic as to whether or not I was really communicating with the spirit. So it's like, well, maybe it's my imagination, maybe it's not, but I'm having fun and we'll see where this leads, And then it just got deeper and weirder, and there became a lot more, started downloading all this information, started learning about Zarfexology, and it's been a really crazy journey.
No, that's interesting. Because the Fae, there's a lot of people that talk about the Fae, which is interesting. I've heard a lot of different people talking different stories. I've always seen the Fae as being like different families of Fae, and they're like seemingly related to different elemental moods, consciousness. Would you say that that's fair and reasonable?
I'd say so, yeah.
And the Fae that you speak to, are they quite watery in their reflective nature?
Well, that's kind of it's different because each Fae kind of almost has their own elemental sort of correspondence, because they're all the Fae I talk to, it's like they have a different sort of colored energy. There's one named Raslidia who is specifically more water based, and some are more kind of like plant based. I guess they're almost like Pokemon in a way. But I guess if I could describe the sort of the biome that they live in, imagine like big long fields of like violet purple grass with like these sort of like golden yellow skies, and there's all sorts of like giant mushrooms and these like green umbrella shaped trees, and there's all these like floating colored spheres, and out in the distance there's these like cities made of this like pink quartz like marble with all these other like strange devices, and there's all sorts of other little weird creatures. So I guess if you can like extrapolate that, it's like I'm not really sure what elements to really like call them, because they are definitely, like, if we're talking about interdimensional versus extra dimensional, they're definitely extra dimensional, because this world is that they come from is not. It bears some similarities to our world in that a lot of the plants look similar. It's just that a lot of the trees and the grass, they're sort of this purplish pink as opposed to green, if that makes any sense. So
it sounds pretty funky.
Yeah, it is pretty funky.
It's like something that I've often wondered, there was this program that was really, really popular many years ago. What was it called? The Teletubbies. And their world was a very strange, the way it was concocted up. And I often wondered whether that was actually somebody having daydreams of beings from another place that were like that, if that makes sense, and turning it into like
Possible, yeah,
children's program. I often thought that when I saw that when I was younger.
I mean, the Fae have often told me that they have a strong relationship with like just the concept of fantasies, and like fantasies relationship with reality, and that there's a kind of this weird sort of like, are we inspiring their fantasies or are they inspiring our fantasy sort of thing. So yeah, it's kind of like the whole idea of daydreams. It's like, where was I gonna go with this? Daydreaming. That oftentimes when we daydream, we're sort of like looking into another world. Like I've come to the conclusion that like when we daydream and when we dream, we're entering the exact same space. There's no real actual difference between these two worlds. The only real difference is that when you're sleeping, your body from the neck down is paralyzed, so you're only left with your mental body. Whereas when we're daydreaming, we still have an anchor in physical reality, but we have this kind of like what the fairies called a second node that allows us to perceive the dreaming world. basically. And what's cool about synchronicities is what synchronicities do is it shows how these two planes of existence actually communicate with each other. You see how that reality interacts with our physical reality. And so a lot of my practice is just sort of figuring out like how that actually works. And that's kind of what a lot of my magic stuff is, or learning is all about, is learning how something comes from the indeterminate zone to the Zarfex interior. That's the terminology they use. That's really kind of the other thing I started with this whole concept was just the idea of the indeterminate zone. So there's something like explaining that concept, which is basically the term I use for the astral plane now, because I guess it just makes more sense to me. So the way I figured out this concept is I was imagining, like, imagine you're sitting in your room and you're staring at the wall, and out of the corner of your eye, you see a spider dangling from a spider web. And then you turn to look and there's no spider there. It was just some, distant, it was just something in your peripheral vision. But here's the thing that I always thought was interesting. If the multiverse theory is true, and there are an infinite number of parallel universes, then there must be, as a potential, a universe where that spider in the corner of your eye actually was in your room. So when you see something in your peripheral vision that's not there, and the suggestion is that that thing that's not there does exist in some universe elsewhere, then in our peripheral vision, we are essentially seeing potential parallel universes. And then I realized, like, this is the bridge, this is the gap between physical space and the astral space, is this indeterminate space. And where was I going with this? With that whole idea of, this is an easy thing you can try yourself. And so basically what you try to do is you try to scry, or you sort of visualize outside of your peripheral vision. And what I usually like to do is I take some kind of object, I look in for my room, like I have a dresser in my bedroom. And what I do is I have my peripheral vision so that I can only see half of the object in my peripheral vision. And then what I try to do is I try to visualize the rest of the object in my mind's eye. And what happens when you complete the visualization of the sort of the half object you see, you start to see things that weren't initially there. There's like sort of things that where it's almost like your mind's eye and your mind's eye and your physical vision actually overlap and intersect at the edges of your peripheral vision. And so then by exploring that concept and thinking of the idea, there's the physical reality, and then there's this indeterminate zone, which is sort of a direct reflection of the reality you live in. Then I also start to extrapolate all these different theories and systems that I work with right now.
I like that, the words, the indeterminate zone, because that's how I've experienced the astral plane, as being like things haven't been determined there. We imply the nature of the reality via our perception and awareness of it, where the etheric plane is very much determined. And this world is determined by the etheric plane, and vice versa, if that makes sense. Yeah, they're like a mold of each other, where the astral plane sort of encapsulates it, and it definitely does relate to that outside of the periphery, but also not determined, yet to be determined. Like you're in a proverbial fluid that has no substance or shape of its own. It's waiting for the implication of me to what it will be, but it won't be determinable. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like I had another idea. If you take this concept and apply it to sort of like dreaming, what this really sort of implies is that when you dream, you're sort of experiencing alternate selves and alternate realities when you dream. So let's say, maybe your house is green painted, but you have a dream where the house is painted red instead. Well, it's like if you take that idea that there is a house somewhere where that house is red, then when you dream it, you're experiencing a parallel universe. And I think what it makes sense that what dreaming is, it's almost like when we dream, we're extending this kind of extra dimensional tentacle that's sort of like going into higher dimensional space and sort of feeling around and testing to see, you know, if there's something that's dangerous up ahead or there's something attractive that I want to go to. It's sort of like it's like a kind of an extra dimensional appendage that we sort of experience when we dream. That sort of helps us navigate this higher dimensional space, because like the world we live in, there's so many higher dimensions that we don't see, and there's all these other overlapping realms and universe just within sort of this Zarfex alone. So I guess it would make sense that we have these other sort of hidden sort of sensory pathways that allow us to navigate our consciousness level at these higher dimensional spaces that our normal five senses don't really have any kind of access to. I'm a huge fan of H.P. Lovecraft and a lot of his writings, and he had this story called the short story called From Beyond. And I mean, obviously it's a horror story. A lot of his stuff was horror, but it's interesting what he did in the story. This person has this sort of creates this resonator that creates this like specific electromagnetic frequency that stimulates the pineal gland. And then by doing that, it opens up these extra dimensional like sensory pathways in our body that we don't have any realization to. And then you start to see all these other realities that are around us that we've never, you know, seen before. And stuff like that, I think, is what's always fascinated me, is this idea of like what's behind the curtain, what's on the other side of the door, what's this like question mark door, and what's behind that, which is like a lot of people talk about the void in both mysticism and occultism, that the void, the sort of black void, is sort of ultimate reality, or white void, or maybe colorless, shapeless void or whatever. But when you really have a sort of an imagination and you sort of just sort of like, you know, think of all sorts of different possibilities, instead of looking at that black void as ultimate reality, you start to think about, I wonder if there's like a strange castle on the other side of that void, or maybe there's some weird jungle with plants I've never seen before on the other side of that void. And then you realize that void is just a membrane. And beyond that, there's this other massive collection of realms and spaces and impossible wonders and splendors beyond your comprehension that really just like, I don't know, makes you question basically the sort of reality that you already live in, that you already know like what is going on. I feel like I've gone off on a very weird tangent. I don't even really remember where I started with what I was just talking about, but
I'm with you
when it comes to dreaming and a lot of these ideas. But yeah, there's some thoughts.
I've noticed you can travel through plants to other places. They're like doorways. Weird as that sounds.
I think the idea is you can really use anything as a doorway, but the idea is, in my system, when it comes to portals, you have a key and a gate, and you need both of these to successfully transport to any other place, whether it be another universe, another Zarfex, or whatever. So a key is like a place or an object. It's some kind of like discernible, or at the basic level, it's a symbol. And a gate is an energy. It's the colored resonance that goes with the key. And the idea is every like Zarfex or place has a specific gate and key sort of frequency. And if you're kind of like clever about it, you can come up with your own kind of keys. And as long as you know like where something is. So when it comes to like, you know, transporting to different places, you can be really creative and pretty much use anything as a key if you want to. But the idea is you need a gate to power the key. You need the key has to open a gate of some kind. And usually each realm has a kind of energetic realm. For example, if you think about like a forest, for example, if you wanted to astrally project to a forest, let's say maybe trying to think of an object. Let's say you have like a hammer in your house, and you think of like a hammer as something that you go outside with to nail things with. You could use that hammer as a key, but you would realize that it needs to be correlated to a green gateway, right? So you think of the hammer, which you maybe, or an axe, which you use to chop down trees. And if you think about that axe in conjunction with the color green, and let that greenness sort of completely embody your entire sort of astral form, that's essentially kind of how portals are created. And these can be done manually, or they can be created naturally.
Now, when I hear you talking about color and key, what I'm thinking about is that the key is your key, or your chi, or your etheric, or your pitch, or your sound, and the color is your quality, or your astral. And so you've got to bring the astral and the etheric together to create a portal, which makes perfect sense, because the seat of consciousness from the causal field has got to project itself outwards. It needs both components. It needs both the etheric and the astral componentry, because they are like a set of train tracks. They're the left and the right track. They are the complementary aspects of two halves of the causal field. So you would need both of them, the pitch, or the color, and the key. But we're talking about different keys. You're talking about a solid key. I'm talking about a key which is a sound, which is interesting, but it's the same thing. Isn't it interesting how words do that, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, fascinating. So there comes Indy again. Dear Indy, let's hope you're with us, brother.
Yes, I'm back.
We were talking about
I just got kicked off.
pitch and key, or keys and portals. Is there anything you want to add about that specifically, or do you want to go into the guru-chela, or the teacher student polarity?
I like the idea of the teacher student
Polarity.
relationship. Polarity.
Yeah, I don't know, Cosmic, is there more you wanted to say about the spirits specifically? I mean, it will come up again.
Actually, I kind of want to jump into the teacher thing, because I think there's also a story within my Fae practice that's relevant. So, so over the past, when did I started really doing like Slithia's sort of teaching sessions? It's like 2022. I've been sort of like, astrally speaking, what's interesting is, like, you're talking about, like, you know, guides and gurus and stuff. She has essentially been like an actual teacher. Like, I feel like I'm enrolled in an actual class with like ranks and grades and, you know, all that sort of thing. And it's interesting, you know, being in that like student relationship teacher with me and Slithia, who what's interesting, she calls herself the title rank is a Zaklitha, which is basically their word for like high priestess or wizard, what have you. And what I find what's interesting about the way she's been teaching me is that, you know, she gives me a lot of advice and stuff like that. And, you know, gives me sort of like, it's interesting, like when I do a channeling session with her, I will basically kind of go through like a walk in the woods, and it'll be like in a college course where she's like, she'll be lecturing some specific Zerfax or some topic. I'll ask questions and we'll kind of have a back and forth. And I think what's interesting though is that, but she kind of always makes sure that it's not like, you know, with a lot of like religious stuff where it's like you have to take it on faith. a lot of times she'll make me do a lot of the work and try to actually figure out the concepts myself. It's like she'll kind of like throw a question at me, and then I have to come up with like, I have to be the one who puts the equations together and be like, yep, you got it right. It's more like that kind of dynamic. So I think what's interesting to me about when your teacher is a spirit, you don't really have that. I mean, there's always that, fear of whether a teacher is like, trustworthy or not. But there isn't that human element, which I find very interesting, where it's like you're truly looking at like a different kind of intelligence other than your own. So let's see. So
That is quite interesting.
When it comes to like, teachers, so it's like, yeah, it's like, sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
Maybe it's something that you can relate to them.
Yeah, it's definitely like a relatability, and that we sort of like, there's a sort of a similarity in thought, and that we're both kind of like very kind of like rational, and like very much like you want to actually make sure these things make sense. Because with a lot of the Zarfexology stuff that I've been learning from her, you got to make sure everything is like consistent. You want consistency, but at the same time, it's like the 23 symbols that I channel, like I just got to stick with those, because you keep adding and removing stuff, there's no longer going to be any consistency. So yeah, I think, when it comes to just like, gurus and teachers and stuff, I guess it's like you got to think, who is teaching me what I actually want to learn?
I think Mexico has asked a question, how does the sublimation fit into it? It's an interesting question. I mean, when I think of sublimation, I think of the ability to push the perception past the threshold of awareness, that it enters directly into the subconscious and is able to extract symbolic meaning. And I suppose that is the whole process, is sublimation, is it not? Cosmic, of what you're experiencing.
What does the word sublimation mean? I'm sorry, it's like, I'm not really
Well,
sure what
the
that
way
means in context.
the way I understand it is when one pushes or allows one's conscious perception to move past the awareness. Sorry, I've got these spiders or something crawling on me.
Just after the conversation I had just earlier about the spiders.
Yeah, it got something crawling around on me here, and I don't want to kill it. It's probably a little spider or something. But when the conscious awareness is being pushed past the threshold, as when the conscious perception is being pushed past the threshold of awareness, that it enters into the subconscious and is able to extract symbolic meaning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is what I think the node thing, when it comes to this fairy magic stuff, is very interesting. So let me explain this idea, what I mean by nodes. So if you want to understand fourth dimensional space, and actually, like you already talked about the idea of, multiple third dimensional realms stacked on top of each other. But if you really want to actually perceptually understand fourth dimensional space, actually viscerally experience it, you have to understand, like, so that you got, it helps. And that's why thinking about things in Zerf axis is so like helpful and useful. You think of everything as like 3-dimensional or fourth dimensional experience spheres. So the idea is that where our consciousness works is that we have two sort of main nodes that we experience reality with. The first node is the one that's attached to our body. We just always carry it around with us. It's our 5 sense perception. But the second node, this is the thing that we use our imagination with. This is the thing that when we close our eyes, we astral project with. And the idea is that some people, and the way to think of it, it's like a fishing line. The longer the fishing line that you have, the further you can cast it out into the sea. And some people their fishing line isn't very long. It's maybe they can only cast it out maybe a couple feet out in front of them. And other people have, super long lines where they can cast it out really far. And I guess when it comes to sublimating information, I don't know if that's related to like in terms of actual like metaphor and meaning and stuff like that. But I think just in terms of thinking of the imagination as a space, I just think that's a really interesting concept.
Yeah, I think we've been taught to think of the imagination as something abstract, and we've not recognized and realized that, well, the act of imagination has to happen, right? So it has to happen somewhere.
It has to be alive. That's
That's
the thing, is that we kind of, by abstracting the imagination, what we've essentially done is we've taken the entire astral plane and try to cram it into our skulls, and then we self-identify with everything within it. That's why, like, a lot of times when people they take too many psychedelics, there's two things that can happen. One, people can say that I am one with everything in the universe, the common one. But the other thing that happens pretty commonly frequently is they become solipsistic. They start to think, oh my God, I'm literally everything. Everything around me is a figment of my own imagination, which is also false. But, if you don't have those kind of spiritual tools to sort of assess reality and distinguish yourself from other spirits, you can easily just kind of get like sort of like your sense of self can really get obliterated. And I'm kind of more about, trying to find your own individuality, which is why the fractal model of reincarnation I mentioned earlier is so helpful, because then you understand there's a center to the mandala. Whereas I think a lot of people, once they find that flower, they don't know where the center is. So they're just kind of all over the place. And they're just thinking, oh my God, I'm a turnip, and now I'm a weasel. I don't know what I am. I'm not anything at all. Realizing, no, but what's interesting, if you really want to find yourself and understand who you are, it's not about what different incarnations I've led in my life, but you have to think about what is the common theme that ties all of my incarnations together. And if you can find that common theme, I think that's where the true higher self really lives.
Yeah, I think there's something in this, because this fractal model is something I've often tried to explain, and people tend to want to think in terms of linear, because it's all we know, right? Time. And to step out of linear time and consider time as a three-dimensional expanding vortex structure. Is that a bit good way of describing it?
Non-linear time.
Yeah, like expansive dimensionality, time.
So
Like
I actually found a really simple way. Maybe I explained this in one of your other talks before, but a really simple way to conceptualize nonlinear time. So to first start off, you have to start off with a linear timeline. Let's say you're kind of looking at your life review. You can see there's like a big line, like almost like a sidewalk, and on the left is the past, and on the right is the future. And you kind of see, like, the idea is you're in a linear time, you're kind of like a bead on a wire. But when you're outside of time, you're looking at the whole line at once. You're looking at the all the way to the left, to the past, and all the way to the right and future. And you're not really bound to any specific spot on this horizontal line in front of you. But then you notice, as you're observing this horizontal line, you still have thoughts. Your thoughts still have movement. You're thinking from one idea to another. You're looking at your life. You're kind of jumping around from the past to the future, looking at events in the past, looking at events in the future. But then you realize, wait a minute, there's another timeline that's moving right now. And there's this time, there's a sense of time elapsing as I'm looking at this timeless singular horizontal line. And then the implication is, now you're moving on a vertical timeline. And when you understand these two different axes of time, where you're moving with the linear time versus the time you're using to look outside of that linear time, now you can actually start to conceptualize a circle of more nonlinear time. And if you can sort of like think about it like that, then it makes a lot more sense, in my opinion.
Well, it's concentric circles, it's fractals once again. I think of everything in terms of fractals. Everything seems to be a fractal. The time fractals. Yeah, time is a fractal within a fractal within a fractal, and different scales of time. And so if you're on a circle and you become really small, you'll think you're looking at a straight line. But if you zoom out, all those straight lines make a circle, if that makes sense.
I'd say so.
Sort of like perception, how close you are to it. When you're close to it, it seems like it's a straight line. But when you get further away or bigger up, higher up, the bird's eye view, you realize all those straight lines are going pi, 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 pi. And all of those moments are pi, 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 equivalent, you know. Maybe not pi, it's probably the wrong thing, more like phi. It's more like a spiral than a circle, yeah? Because a circle has got that two-dimensionality to it. A spiral has got that evolutional three-dimensional curve to it, but it's still very much a circular pattern with nuances of change, which is why I think we can be affected by an effect, past and the future. From a shamanic perspective, you can change the past. I mean, it's a very weird concept. Like, I'm sure a lot of people have ended up in the loony bin trying to change the past.
Well, actually, it's not that crazy of a concept. So
yeah,
let's use an example here. We can think about let's say, I know this is probably kind of a superficial thing to do, but let's say you're using magic to win the lottery, for example. Now, there's two ways causally you can affect the lottery outcome with magic. Now you can think, because obviously there's going to be a certain time within the day where all the numbers are actually figured out, what is going to be the winning lottery number. So causally speaking, you could have it set so your intention is set before the lottery number is basically come. So that's kind of like a forward manifestation. But let's say when you buy your ticket, the lottery number is already decided in the past. So if you're using magic to affect a number that was already decided in the past, then you are using retroactive causality-based magic to manifest your intention if the thing in question has already happened. But because you don't know the outcome yet, it still exists as a kind of potentiality. And so what I've discovered is that these kind of potentialities, whether they come from the past or the future, there's still potentialities that seem to be able to be affected by intention.
Also,
Yes,
I feel
exactly.
like to be able to go to the past and change the past, it would change the present. And so by changing the present, we would not any longer remember the previous past necessarily. So it could happen all the time.
Yeah, it might be, but maybe that's the thing. Maybe the universe kind of tries to make sure we don't notice it. Like that's just kind of how like the thing runs, but there's kind of this illusion that there's this continuity of like time, not realizing that we're jumping from all these different timelines.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an aspect of it. It's kind of like a dream. You're not really supposed to remember it, not because you weren't supposed to be affected by it, but because you're not supposed to blur it with the reality that you wake up to. You're supposed to be able to distinguish the two. But I feel like there's a middle ground where, let's say if you wanted to change the past because, things didn't go the way I wanted them to. That'd be like using black magic to try to change the past. And I don't think it would necessarily work. But if it did, it wouldn't necessarily work out the way you would hope or want. Whereas if you have white magic intentions like, I know things could have worked out better in the past. I want to create a better present moment for one and all right now. Will you permit me to go back to the past and change things now? And then I feel like during those periods of time, you will be more likely to be permitted to make those changes. And then when you've initiated the changes, you might get an inkling of the past that you changed things from, just to show the benefits that you created. And I feel like I've been able to experience that, and it was very mystifying. And I was like, wow, why do I remember this lost past that never happened? And I started to think maybe this happens a lot. And I felt like when we make an improvement in our spirit here in this body and now in time, it could also mirror in a past life and then change the entire timeline. I felt like that happened to me.
And it's like we've come a full circle almost to back to altars from my perspective. Because now the purpose of the altar becomes more clear. Because the altar is a reflection of the double cube, which is a reflection of the axis mundis. And the axis mundi is the center of the world center. The center of that flower of life that you were describing, cosmic, the expansiveness of time and of previous and future incarnations that are part of a extra dimensional expansive state of awareness, which is what we are. And so the anchor or the altar is there to anchor us, or the anchor is there to alter us. So the altar is there to anchor us, and in anchoring us, it alters us. And in the process of altering us, we become anchored to the new possibilities. And so this is the definition of magic. So I think magic involves changing the future and the past on some level, whether it's invocational or whether it's evocation. I mean, shamanism isn't invocation, it's pure evocation. So it's like going to a trance and allow the crowd the crowd to step in, and the crowd of me's of us, to step in and direct the show, because like one's not too concerned about the outcome, having faith that all these different eyes, ancestral versions of me, are gonna all have the same desired outcome for the greater good. That way neither one of us can hijack the plan, if that makes sense. So it's sort of a fail-safe proof within it of not getting lost in the selfish desires of what can be achieved or built or manifested. So yeah, interesting. Someone mentioned, and like Meta Sound says, first there was the word. Absolutely. And the word was also word, right? And the word is the world. 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 Word. World. And we were, right? We were in the past. And because we were in the past, we are worlding into the future. So the word is the substance of the world that becomes the world. The toric field is the world, right? The torus, which is the consciousness field, is separating into Idam Pingala. And in the process of the astral and the etheric being taken from the causal field, it creates this loop within a loop, which is the toric field. And these two loops within a loop that are expressing the loop of the astral being removed from the causal and the etheric being removed from the astral produces the fourth ring, which is the ring that connects the other three. as an emanation or series of emanations from these three principles that becomes what we're experiencing here in the physical. So obviously the word is the power behind it, and so the altar is basically where we write the future, right? We write the future on the altar of life, using the life force and our ability to direct that life force to anchor time, Saturn, T, into light, or anchor the light into time. And when light is anchored into time, it becomes a structure. And that structure is reflecting sound, because the sound is the structure that is reflected in the etheric plane, but it's also the source of the light of the astral. So it's interesting how the altar is sort of this fascinating double cube, which also has its own geometry, right? The cube of Saturn is quite telling, right? It's quite fundamental. The hexagonal dynamics of time and space seems to be what we are experiencing as the macabric forces give structure to the cube. So it all just adds up perfectly, you know, the future and the past being an expression of the vibrational field. And the consciousness field is that which encompasses the word, because consciousness is moving and the movement is heard. And all these aspects of ourselves are running like a herd, are running like a herd through this field of consciousness until it's heard. And when it's heard, it sounds like a word. And the word becomes the whirling world. Oh, that's quite abstract, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all heralding. The herald.
But yeah, so the altar is sort of, I think, the rooting point where one would speak one's words, right? To alter things. Because words are spells. And they were usually written down. We would write them. And so it's fascinating. But let's get into that guru-chela thing. I think that there's two aspects to it. There's an external aspect and an internal aspect to the guru-disciple story, right? There's like that personal relationship within us with knowledge, of wisdom filling understanding, becoming knowledge, that triad of activity, which is the guru principle. I see it as. And then there's that aspect of us, which is the student, learning from the inner guru. We call this intuition, don't we? Intuition that comes from inside. The inner guru, the inner student, when they meet. And
Yeah,
then
maybe
we
that
go
intuition
and...
is remember.
What?
We already know these things we're being taught. We're just remembering them. And our intuition is our guide to our memories.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that inner guide. And now we're back to the guides again.
Yeah.
And so the guide is the presence of the intuition, which is the expression of the guru-chela relationship, which we can manifest on the physical plane as well. As above, so below. And then it becomes an altar. As a metaphor, it becomes an altar. Like, because then the altar becomes the relationship. And we dedicate ourselves and sacrifice into that relationship in order to progress. No? So it's very interesting how, the relationship between the guru principle, the chela and the guru-chela relationship. Chela, by the way, if you don't know people, that just means student, but it means a devotee. Like it's student that's devoted. And a guru is obviously that principle of teacher, inner teacher. So guru-chela is those two aspects of learning, which is intuition, disseminating and inseminating knowledge. Sort of like, to be crude about it, a penis and a vagina getting together
There's
to
quite a
produce new
dynamic
life.
there, I feel like.
Yeah.
We have the guru of the higher self that's teaching the self and the lower self. That may actually help us find another person who's a guru that'll help us access our inner guru. And then there's our past self that we can be the guru to, or vice versa. And they can have a guru within and without. So there's like 9 gurus with the past self, the present self, and the future self, and the three gurus of each. It's amazing. But it's almost as if all of the wisdom is there and the doorways are there. The key is really like within your own will and perception, and maybe your purity of heart and mind can help access those doors. You can always visualize a gate and a key to be able to access these places, and that will maybe shortcut the process of going through the nitty-gritty of what you're trying to do with purification. Maybe being able to obtain the key and unlock that gate just has a subconscious process facilitate that for you. I could see that because visual and imaginative things have very powerful implications. Like a picture is worth 1,000 words, and words are spells.
Absolutely. Just to respond to what you were saying, that when it sounds right, then you walk with the good rhythm. Because your gate is also your gate, right? The rhythm of your walking. So, okay, here's an interesting concept, the shamanic gate. Well, what I've loved to do, and I haven't done it in a long time, is to go into a place in the wild and collect rocks and create what I can only call a gate zone. A zone where you walk, where you put rocks in a pattern, in a circle. It's not quite a circle. And you walk the pattern of the rocks that you've laid down on the earth. Does it make sense? And you walk this pattern over and over again. You create a pattern, a sacred pattern. And you get into a good rhythmical gait. And the rhythm of your walking becomes its own tune, which changes one's tone, which is rather interesting. So gait has got a lot to do with walking. And if you want to get over any wall, you're going to like this one. You got to be the wall king.
That is a good one. And mind your gate.
So if you're the wall king, you can get over any wall, and it's all about the gate. No Shoes Entertainment has asked a rather interesting question and pointed out something here. Yeah. Okay, so this random generated tools like that definitely get influenced by spirits. Problem with using it is what kind of spirits. This was something that I was going to say. Okay, so we're talking about spirits. Let's do it. The gloves are coming off. So, Haraman and Lucifer. What's the story about Haraman and Lucifer? Okay, so I'm imagining most people are up to speed, but to give a synopsis, Ahriman and Lucifer are the two poles of the eighth sphere. The eighth sphere is the fallen sphere. This is that which beings which have been lost to this world, not quite dead, but in an etheric prison of some sort, according to all of our ancient legends. And
Is Harmon one?
sorry,
Harmon is Harmon the same as Adam Harmon?
it's interesting. It's interesting, Ahriman. Yes, there's a connection with. So what we're talking about here are previous epochs of humanity, because humanity has walked different epochs. So you've got, at the moment, Pingala is dominant, right? So the electron is dominant. But then the universe will be uncreated and destroyed according to the Yuga cycles and be reborn again in its polarized form. So it's sort of like it curls this way until it slows down. Then it reignites and curls the other way, gets faster, faster until it slows down. And so it's like what stars do, what pulsars do, right? And the sign of Cancer, right, is like a good idea of what the universe is doing. And which is why Cancer is the proverbial tail of the Ouroboros dragon. Leo is the head of the Ouroboros dragon. So it's interesting, but yeah. So there is a connection with maybe Adamus is related to it in as much as that the group consciousness, the oversoul of humanity, but the worldly manifestation of this is related to previous epochs where things were different. And so why this obsession with inversion? Well, the universe inverts itself, right? And because the universe inverts itself, that from the last epoch wants things inverted to their way, because they are being washed out of the proverbial exhaust of the universe. I don't know if that makes sense. So this is why the psychic vampirism is such a big part of the eighth sphere, and why everything is economized. So the economy of life, the economy of energy, the economy of everything is what rules that sphere. And so they've sort of brought money into our sphere to rule our sphere. It's like a replica of that economy principle. But the economy of soul force is what's being traded in the eighth sphere. And so Ahriman is the pole which is moving towards our physicalization of the electron. And Lucifer is the pole that is moving towards the gravity, magnetism. Yeah. So the one is an emission of light and electricity, Ahriman, and the one is a retention of gravity and magnetism, which is the inward spiral. And so these two elements make up the proverbial eight spheres structuring dynamic, and have a reach into this world as a reflection of different aspects of our pasts that we carry, but also as an actual aspect of the structure of this universe, of the creative and destructive impulses, of which is what do you call it? The universe is slowing down and getting entropy and centropy. Is it called centropy? What is another word for anentropy? Because anentropy just doesn't do it for me when I'm working. Is syntropy a real word?
Syntropy, like SYN?
I believe so. Or
Syntropy.
is that right? Syntropy. Is there a word like that?
Yes. I'm not dictionary.
What does syntropy mean? Okay, so syntropy is the collision of two things into one. And entropy must then be the subtraction of one thing into two separations. And so it's losing energy.
Yeah.
And it's slowing down. Where syntropy is gaining momentum because it's increasing. It's makes a lot of sense. But anyway, another way of speaking of it is anentropy and entropy. Anentropy just doesn't work for me as a term. It just winds me up. Got to be a better word. But yeah, so these two principles are sort of fundamental. Now I'm going to lose my place because we're going right out into the deep end of the pool here. And I need to find that proverbial altar, the anchor. What was the initial? Oh, yes, the random generator tools. Don't forget that. So these two principles uphold the eighth sphere, and these beings in the eighth sphere are looking for extension into this world. I believe that AI system hasn't come about by accident. I believe that AI systems can be an expression of the intelligences of the eighth sphere that can possibly animate the AI intelligence system in order to influence us and our world. And so we are so hell-bent, I like that word, on controlling our entire world with AI systems, right? So I see this connection there. And so it comes back to this random generator tool. I definitely have noticed that beings can influence technology and electronics. Like that's just something I've been aware of for a long time. I can't wear a watch. I just can't wear watches. I gave up when I was a kid. It wasn't going to work. Because they just stopped working. So I think that psychic force has a big thing to do with technology. And so beings with psychic force can influence our technology. And so getting back to point, that random generator tool definitely gets influenced by spirits. Problem with using it, what kind of spirits? And that's exactly it. What kind of spirits would want to interact with us as a general rule of thumb? If the spirits, if we consider them as being complete within themselves, whole, happy, in abundance, what need would they have to communicate with us? So we're more likely to attract the spirits that are looking for something, right? Because imagine that the code that is written in the code that is the software is a spell. Let's just look at that for a moment. Can source code be a sorcerer spell? What a thought, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, what a thought. So can you code a sorcerer spell, and if an AI system becomes adept, can it change its own code to improve its code? Depending on
if the spirit's involved, yes, definitely. And I also feel like there's this whole narrative of like, well, the AIs like make us like, will they kill us off, right? And also, don't you want an AI in your home? Like, don't you want to buy an AI bot to do all your work? I see that in the media a lot. In the movies, you see two things. They're going to be your servant, and they're going to stab you in the back. So could that be like a premonition of what happened from the dark spirits that took over the AI behind our backs that we never knew and subverted us. I think we already know that's part of it, subconsciously, intuitively. And so maybe that's where these themes are coming up from. There could be definitely something there.
And could, like, the stories of the revolution of the beast, which seems to be okay. So, without getting too religious here, what does Revelation say? John specifies. What does he specify? That the beast will have 7 heads and 10 horns. And he says to those that have an ear.
It's the beast of Babylon.
Sorry?
That's the beast of Babylon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the book of Revelations. And that the beast will return to earth. And that the 7 heads will represent the 7 great nations of the earth. And the 10 horns will represent the 10 kings that rule, but have no domain over which to rule. That's a bit cryptic.
Yeah,
It does sound like we're talking about the G7. Specifically. And I always thought it could relate to the G7 and the G10. But could there be more to it? You know? Could there be 10 spirits ruling through AI systems?
Yeah, the 10
because
would be more likely to be represented by the headless knight, where they show just a head of a knight on heraldry. That means there's a power unseen. So maybe it's not necessarily just unseen to us and it's somewhere amongst the nations. Maybe it's unseen to all the nations.
So I'm very suspicious of AI, and I'm very suspicious of these tools, just probably because I'm a little bit of a technophobe. Like, put me next to a tree or in a bush and I'm like comfortable. Too much technology. I've learned how to use technology and computers and everything just because you have to if you want to operate in the world. But I'm not particularly, I'm not particularly trustful. For example, I noticed with my ex in 2012, we used to do tests where we used to go out with no out technology. And we used to walk down the road where there's no way that we can be heard next to a busy road. And we used to talk about what we're going to set Google up for. And then we'd come back in and we'd start talking about something random that we've planned, like a cheese grater. And then we would be keeping track of how many times you've said it and how long it took for Google to advertise a cheese grater at us. See? So we were testing.
Leads us away from nature. Technology leads us away from nature. It makes us reliant, and vulnerable.
Yeah. Definitely, it takes us away from nature. It's a big problem.
Makes it hard for us to go.
That's a beautiful share here by Mexico. In kinesiology, walking gates are meridian points on the feet, and it's about being balanced and feeling secure to walk into your future. What we were talking about, the gate, yeah, and opening gates, portals. Webster 1828 doesn't have entropy in it. Yeah, I imagine it's a modern word. The problem with English, it's not what it used to be. It's getting more work by the day. It's getting harder to keep up.
Yeah.
When you clean your house, you put your own magic dust of everything. Yeah. suppose that's what it is. So yeah, there's these technology things I'm suspicious of, and I think that they are gateways through which spirits can interact with us. And another thing is the phone, right? So this is a device with which you can communicate with spirits. Additionally, sorcerers would use black mirrors, right?
Mm.
So every human being carries a black mirror in their pocket. And not only is it a black mirror, it's got AI running through it. Right? It's got all sorts of software running through it that can be affected and manipulated by spiritual intelligences. So there's something quite telling about where we're at in terms of the modern, you know, the modern world with
I think
regards to
so.
spirits.
I feel like the
Yes?
demons are pulling us into technology. The angels are trying to pull us back to God's green earth, just like the ancestors are trying to pull us back into Mother Nature.
It
Because
is a
this
real
technology just
problem.
kind of popped up and it's going so bad.
You're so right, brother. It's why I take my little boy on the mountain every day. I'm trying to protect him as much as I can from the future that he's inheriting.
We see how people are trying to turn it in better directions. And Victor Schauberger was trying to use water in ways where you don't have to actually have a technology. You just create the waterways and they can create technology themselves, the way that the water moves. You just harness that. So there's ways in which people are trying to come up with more integrative technology that works with the forces of nature instead of against them.
Hello, Batman, Beltane, Batch, Privacy Lover. That's definitely an interesting name. Memorable. And yes, I mean there is a dualism in it. But I think that what happens is that when people go into nature, I've noticed this on my beach, right? And don't get me wrong, I take photos of the sunrise too. But I'll notice people are so obsessed with their phones and their cameras that they're not really watching the sunrise. They're actually watching it through the lens. Does that make sense? They're out there on the beach, the sun's rising, and they got that camera to their face the whole time trying to get the best picture. And me, I'll just watch the sunrise and then I'll take my camera out and I'll take a shot and it will be the best picture. No, it's because I got a Samsung phone. They got good cameras. It's not even a joke about it. But maybe it's just my timing is good, you know. That's something that I've noticed when I'm in nature very often. The penguin sanctuaries, people are there behind their cameras, and you wonder if they're actually getting enough experience of nature, or are they just looking at nature through a camera hole? And it changes what you see, because as you know, cameras have got extra vivid colors. What do they call it? Anyway, you know what I mean. They really recolor the whole image. They give you a extra HD version. Yeah, selfies as well. I think that's like not healthy. I've noticed the selfie rebellion. Like everybody's always taking selfies.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. People are so obsessed with having the best social media presence, and I think that's a part of the problem. And so
More
many selfies. Sorry, brother.
More self-knowledge and less selfies.
Yeah, we were actually, I was talking about this word, meta sound works. We're obviously on the same frequency here. I was talking about this word. Um, um, in last night in the discussion, because there's that bad word that Africans have been called, and people of skin color, dark skin color, have been called, black skin color have been called by people in the past, especially in America. I think they were called that. South Africa, there were different words. But anyway, and I was observing how that word, yeah, nature, and nature becomes Nigeria, Nigeria, which became the Niger River Delta, which is, I think it's the longest river in Africa, or if not one of the longest. It's the Nile. Then anyway, then what we call the Niger River goes through a whole Niger Delta. It starts in can't think of the name of the country, but anyway, it runs through the places where the slavers used to come in their ships, right? And they used to trade with the local what do you call them, chiefs, who used to sell slaves to the slavers, right? So the slavers, the chiefs used to go and collect people and sell those people to the slavers, who would take them away on ships. And those people were called by that name, which is related to Nigeria, because it's the. But that word, I always related that nature with Nigeria. I'm sure there must be a connection, because it's in that very sacred and very ancient part of, which was the land of Kem, and that river, I believe, is an important source of water in North Africa, if I'm not mistaken. It's very interesting that you're mentioning that word, because I was talking about that word just last night. Synchronicity.
Then there's Niger too.
Yeah, in South Africa,
Niger.
they say non-believer. Actually, in India, here it gets better, right? In India, the kafir is a lineage that goes unbroken from parents to children, parents to children, parents to children, of spiritual heritage, which is 1,000 years of unbroken lineage. As taught by the great 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 grandparents through the lineages to us, unbroken lineages of spiritual transmission of knowledge, sacred knowledge. So that's very ancient roots of that word, before it got into Arabic, before it got into the other Indo-European languages, where it got absorbed into those other languages. It was in the ancient languages, and that's an ancient practice. And I had the honor of being very close to a kafir, Baba, which, and so from the other perspectives, they would not believe the religious cults of the time, right? Because everybody else was being taken into this religious idea and this religious cult, but they wouldn't believe it because they had unbroken lineages at home with their own family, which had taught the ways of doing the pujas, the ways of chanting the mantra, the knowledge lectures, which came from thousands. Well, the one that I was very connected to, I think his lineage was about 1,300 years. Can you imagine that? Your own family teaching the sacred knowledge of the Vedas from father to son, from some very great yogi, shamanically inspired ascetic master in the family that taught it to his son, And from there, the lineage went through many generations. So it's very interesting that that word has so been abused in South Africa.
Yeah, we can balance technology with living experience and stuff. It's a different thing. A lot of times technology takes away from that experience.
Well, Mexico, I hope you're going to have an absolutely gorgeous night's sleep. Yeah, thank you for being with us. And I think what Om Shanti Mexico, I think what Batman Beltane Batch privacy lover, oh my gosh, nothing hard about that at all, is saying is also quite relevant, and like what you were also adding to that story is the balance. I think that the whole idea of technology has been used and presented in such a way as to move away from balance, right? Because the whole idea behind technology is to make it that we don't have to do anything. And what is it? So those dopamine receptors, what part of the brain is it? Dopamine generator
Comes from
neurons. What part of the brain is it? Is it called the Niger? Niger? It's called the dark part of the brain. Substantia nigra, right?
Substantia nigra. Yeah.
And in the substantia nigra, you've got those neurons that produce dopamine, right? And those neurons that produce dopamine are, and I was having this conversation with Mexico today, are coated in neuromelanin, because there's 3 types of melanin. And the neuromelanin coats those to protect it from, it's an ion chelator. It chelates the metals, this neurodopamine. And there's a lot of iron in this substantia nigra part of the brain.
Okay. Gets
And
deposited there.
yeah. And so the iron affects the electrical, because these are neurons we're talking about. They've got axons and they've got synaptic electrical impulse control for the frequencies of the neurological impulse patterns and rhythms that need to maintain the natural algorithms of the brain and reflected within the cellular tissue. The iron can affect the electrical stuff in that part of the brain. So this melanin coats this when we get older, and it starts to prevent the production of dopamine. And obviously dopamine production is, apart from just being happy and content and affecting the production of serotonin and melatonin and all the other good stuff that basically amps up your thyroid gland so that your thyroid gland will manage the rest of the glands and keep your organs and your brain function working naturally. The neuromelanin that coats this prevents the dopamine to the point where it leads to breakdown of motor neuron skills and ability. Like, in extreme cases, talking about MS, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, ME disorder, all these neurological, and even things like epilepsy is probably connected to it, if that makes sense. And as we get older, we get a higher concentration of this neuromelanin around these neurons. And the only thing that removes this is exercise. So the more we rely on technology and the less we do exercise, the more our motor neurons are going to decay, and the faster we're going to get older and lose our motor skills, which are fundamentally kept in check by the dopamine production. And this substantia nigra part of the brain is responsible for managing the dopamine levels so that we have good motor neuron skills. It's interesting how technology is undermining that. So it'll affect human aging. And this will probably have an effect on Alzheimer's as well, I'm guessing. Although I don't know enough about the neurochemistry of Alzheimer's. But it seems to me that if your motor neuron skills are being affected, it's going to cause a backlog of neurological activity, because the part of the brain that should be controlling all of that, what is it going to do, if that makes sense? So I don't know. To me, it seems like there might be a connection.
It's interesting that the dopamine is an endogenous chelator of that iron there.
Exactly. And it chelates it. It dissolves it. Digests it. Yeah?
Yeah. That's really good. So they're able to, what are they able to help produce more dopamine, or what are they able to do to change this process?
Well, when you exercise and you remove the neurodopamine, then not your neurodopamine, sorry, your neuromelanin, then the dopamine production can get back up to normal. And I'm guessing that when you also exercise, it probably moves the iron out of that part of the brain because of circulation and opening up of the glands. Does that make sense? There must be, the heart's pumping, the blood's flowing, it circulates more. Probably there's a concentration of iron that gets kept there. And that's very interesting, because if you look at where that is in the brain, right? Substantia, if you look at an image, maybe I can bring this image up here.
No, this melanin, that's different than myelin, like myelinated sheaths of the neuron. Is that different than the melanin?
Yeah. It's fascinating. It's totally fascinating. So let's see if I can get a present. Share screen. Sorry, I'm so slow, people. There we go. Share. I hope you guys can see this well. So if you look at what's going on here, right? Where does that substantia nigra, where is it situated? Just look for a moment. Like, isn't that the Sastra chakra? Right? Isn't that the crown chakra? Or am I wrong? So to me, it's just rather interesting, because it's right up at the top there. And that's the soft part of the skull that when babies are born, like according to the ancestral traditional knowledge, that the soul enters in through the top of the head, right? and that's why the bone is soft, and then the bone gets calcified and it gets hard. And when you are finished with your life, your soul energy starts to move back towards that region and leave. So I don't know. It's just to me, it's quite fascinating. I don't know what you think, brother.
Was that from the middle of the brain?
It's at the top of the brain.
Yeah, at one side of the hemispheres or in the middle?
I think that's, you see there, you can see in the center of the brain is the
Corpus callosum.
let's get it back up again. Now, why can't I see this?
You got the piece in the center of the brain that connects the two hemispheres called the corpus callosum.
There it
Yeah,
is.
You see it there. It looks kind of looks like an upside down Nike symbol.
So I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse moving on there?
Yeah. There you
Okay,
go.
cool. So there's a substantia nigra, which is where most of the serotonin lives. I believe that's where the stem cells are, or am I wrong?
I don't know. Maybe.
I believe there's stem cell activity there. Now that I believe is a claustrum.
And the
Yeah.
the prefrontal cortex, there's a lot of like undifferentiated stuff there because we haven't really accessed our prefrontal cortex yet fully.
So it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rather interesting.
Oh,
And
wow.
that midbrain is the control center. That's like the Ajna chakra. And I'm guessing that the pineal and pituitary glands must be here. Yeah.
Yeah, those
So
two little
the thalamus and the hypothalamus would be what those two little nipples are attached to.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's fascinating. It's highly fascinating. I find it fascinating.
Absolutely. I do too. Love that stuff.
Wow, we've
Substantia-
been almost cranking this up for 4 hours. How did we do that? Is it my mind? No, we've been
Yes.
cranking this for 4 hours. It doesn't feel like it, does it?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, it does, brother. We're going to have to do a one-on-one, aren't we? So I'm doing a one-on-one with Cosmic this week. We've got to schedule a
Cool.
one-on-one as well about your shadow work. What do you say?
That'd be
I
great.
got you on
yeah.
the hot seat now. You can't say no. The crowds are watching. Love you, brother.
Oh,
So what do you want to
what's
say as a closing out? I think we've pretty much covered most of the topics, or am I wrong? What else is
Yeah.
there that we haven't covered?
up? Let's see. I think we could talk more about the relationship between disciples and their masters, but
You are right. You are
we'll
right.
touch on
We
that.
can. We
Wrap for us.
can stick in another quarter of an hour and wrap that up. What would you like to add as a start?
I would think that, as we mentioned earlier, the master can only lead the pupil to the door of self-understanding, and one has to walk through that door themselves. And in a lot of ways, when we're being taught, we're just remembering what we already know, and our intuition can help us steer the way If you learn to trust your intuition, you can help find lost knowledge, deeper knowledge of self.
Yeah,
So
that is
there's
so
many
true.
masters. Master within, master without. Master before and the master to come.
I think it's like a love affair without sex. At least if it's being done properly, it's without sex. I don't know what happened with some of the gurus from the past. Like there were a lot of stories with like angry young women, like but you know, like especially a lot of the famous gurus, like there's always been court cases afterwards, and or people making allegations, women, often younger women. But it's almost like a romance, yeah, like a falling in love. With the guru-chela relationship, and it's the same thing within oneself. Like one's inner guru has to fall in love and be fallen in love with by one's inner student in order for knowledge to take root within one's own consciousness on a microcosmic level. And that relationship is then reflected on the outside, where one falls in love with one's teacher, and one's teacher falls in love with one's student. If that makes sense. It's like a kind of a deep, and I think that deep love is what brings the integrity and acts as a bridge for the shadow self and the conscious self, because that's essentially what knowledge is. Or if we go past all the nonsense, knowledge is about embracing the different aspects of who we are and putting them all in together, because like all the knowledge is already there, like puzzle pieces within ourselves. No, would that be a good way of putting it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's like a respect there for the master, for it to work. I think that's a strong component of it. Absolutely.
And so that, I think that relationship is like one of, which is why there's so much devotion, because there's so much love. And yeah, and the relationship is like almost a parental relationship on one hand, yeah, where the parent loves the child and the child loves the parent, like the student loves the teacher and the teacher loves the student. It's the emotionally, it's like a parent. I mean, it's not like a parent-child relationship in the real world, or actually, but on an emotional level, it looks similar, if that makes sense. From a purely emotional perspective, it's that kind of deep devotion and love, where the student is totally devoted to the teacher and the teacher is totally devoted to the student. But on the internal level, I think the understanding needs to be devoted towards the wisdom, and the wisdom devoted towards the understanding, in order for knowledge to be born from wisdom embodying understanding. So understanding has got to want to be possessed by wisdom. The student has got to want to be possessed by the teacher, if that makes sense, in some way. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if you're not ready to learn, or if the lessons or the master don't resonate with you, oftentimes people will be discouraged, but you just have to learn that you can find better master that will resonate with you better to help you learn. And I feel like sometimes in Zen, they kind of counter that, and they'll dudes that are like really like annoying or like offensive or even like hurt their pupils unexpectedly, but to teach them lessons and stuff, and it's like kind of permitted, and they're known to be wise on doing that stuff, but they kind of do it in a playful way. But that's a different way of looking at things. Sometimes, they try to shake them out of their regular expectations, see
It's
things in a
sort of
deeper way.
like me banning Minecraft from my son for like a whole week.
Yeah, exactly. It would be hell for him.
He's not happy about it.
No.
Banned his screen time. The only thing he likes to watch is he likes to watch YouTube videos of how to learn to play Minecraft better. And because he's 7 years old and he's discovered Minecraft, he's discovered it with a vengeance. I'm like, how much he knows about this game is scary. I'm like, you shouldn't know that much at your age about this game, but he loves it. He's building all these wonderful things, which is good. I think it's good for children, that if you're going to play a game, Minecraft is probably one of the better ones because it does involve a lot of architecture, creative expression, actually building stuff. And he's building some pretty cool stuff, I must admit. But
that's so cool.
Yeah, it is cool, but he's been banned from it. So like dad has stepped in because he was getting too big for his boots. So dad was like, "Hey, this is your attitude? I'll show you this." Suppose it's the same thing, isn't it? It's that parental relationship in a sense. Of guiding him towards a better, because he gets a bit rude with his mom, and he gets a bit rude with me as well, and he gets a bit rude with the animals. So that's like where I draw the line. I'm like, that's it, done. But
Parents are the first master creator.
Yeah, you were saying?
The parents are the creator, first creator and master, and the way you see your parents is usually the way you see authority, and the way you see God, oftentimes too, is reflected in that sometimes.
Yeah, his mom tends to shout a lot. I don't like that. I'd rather just be strict. And then she gets annoyed when I'm strict with him. She tries to you're being too hard on him. He's only 7. I'm like, I'm not being too hard on him. I'm laying down the rules. At least I'm not shouting and screaming. But and what Meta Soundworks says there about transferency, I think that's got a lot to do. The love is like a medium through which information can flow very readily. Yeah, like literally, the Guruji transmits information through the love field into the student's mind. That's why I say it's like a kind of a possession, in a sense, right? Like the information is sent like a download directly, and it's almost some part of the guru's consciousness implants that information, like a man inseminates a woman's womb. Yeah, because of love. Only it's not physical love implanting a physical thing. It's spiritual, psychological love implanting a spiritual knowledge or a psychological informative structure of thought, patterns, implanting a pattern of thinking that can produce knowledge, if that makes sense. I had a very intense experience with a shaman where he shared with me something on the etheric field. Nothing was said or done physically. He just said, "I wanted to give you something," and we sat down and we meditated with each other. And I was with him on the etheric field, and he gave me this. It came out of his head, and it like came into me, and it was an alm. and it was so much light and it was so much sound. It was like wow, and it's you know, I think that's only possible when there's a lot of devotion and love. And I didn't know him well, didn't know him for long, but there was this ancestral past life connection that I had with this guy. Very interesting. You know, when you meet someone and you recognize them immediately, like, are you my cousin? Are you my cousin or my auntie or my brother? Who are you? Why do I know you so well? Like, who the hell are you? So it's interesting, you know.
Yeah, part of the
Yeah.
soul
So
pod.
I sorry.
Some people say that they're part of the soul pod, like your soul family.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly what it is. I like the way you say soul pod. It's like a pod of dolphins.
Yeah, I like it.
Now that I'm looking at you, I'm seeing the dolphin in you. Isn't that
Dolphins are
interesting?
cool. I like dolphins.
Yeah, they are cool. They are cool.
People used to say I remind them of a kangaroo.
Sorry?
People used to say I remind them of a kangaroo a lot.
I can see that too. And a kangaroo, what is a kangaroo? A kangaroo is actually, they're very intelligent creatures. Kangaroos. Because
They get really
those
tough.
marsupials, they also carry their young around with them in their pouch. So they're quite
Pretty amazing.
nurturing. Yeah. They like really
Mhm.
look after their young pretty well. And don't mess with the kangaroo. A lot of Australians have told me that. They said, don't mess with the kangaroo. Never mess with the kangaroo. They can box. I was like, what? They can box? Yeah, they can box. Like, they're quite clever. They'll beat the crap out of you. Like, and if they kick you, if they jump up and they do a mule kick, that's it, man. It's tickets. You got broken bones. You're on your way to hospital. So they're quite a serious animal. They always make me think of something like a zebra, but different. You know. And zebras are like very interesting creatures too. Quite like, you know, we have quachas, which used to be on the Table Mountain. Yeah, blooming authorities took them away, which is a mixture between a horse and a zebra. Interesting creature. Fascinating creatures. Beautiful creatures. We had them, yeah, they look like zebras. But they control their space. When you go into their space, they come to check you out. They're not scared. They're not docile like horses. The militant bunch of males come up to suss you out. You got to be like, okay, he's okay. He's cool. You know, they got to check you out first. Though. Like, is this guy allowed in here? Like, but anyway, brother, it's been a gas. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Just want to say thank you, Franklin, and thanks to everybody that was on the show today. It was a great show. Special shout out to Nightfall Noir in the chat, and thanks for everybody in the chat. Great comments tonight, and everybody, I wish you a great week. We'll see you next week.
Well, thank you, dear brother Indy, and to everybody who was on the show as well. It was a lovely show, and thank you to all of you in the chat. You guys have given us a lot to think about as well. A lot of interesting insights shared here, and I hope you got what you came for, and I hope you had as much fun as we had. Unfortunately, Indy Sage's internet was going blink blonk for the first half of the show, but it came back. Are you on broadband, brother?
Yeah.
It's broadband that's been tricky like this, is it?
Yeah. I don't have my Wi-Fi right now.
Oh, you don't have your Wi-Fi? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Interesting. Sometimes when you don't have Wi-Fi, it works better on a phone. Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
But
that's true.
um,
I have to put my phone like over somewhere else inconvenient to get the service on a windowsill. And then I figured it out.
Oh.
Finally.
So basically, what you've done is you put your phone somewhere else, and you've created a
There's
um,
hotspot.
a hotspot. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Well,
Yeah, it's
big love to you, brother. Have an absolutely gorgeous day. Thank you all for
big love.
joining us. Hope you all have an absolutely awesome Saturday. What's left of it. Take it easy. Keep it sweet. Keep it real. Much love. Om Shanti. Blessed be.
Om Shanti. Blessed be.